Okay, we'll open this meeting of July 14th, 2011, time being 4:34. Let the record show that all selectmen are present. So 4:30, we have the finance officer. So Tim, you're up.
Okay, I have several things for you in your packet, and also on the table there's payroll, accounts payable, and then also the confidential accounts payable for signature. The first cut at the June revenue and expenses, as well as a year-to-year comparison of 2011 versus 2010, are also in this stapled set that you have of the financials. So in the very beginning, you've got the first page is the revenue report. After that is the summary expenditures. Then, of course, the detailed expenditures. But towards the very back, you'll see expenditure comparison report, and you can look line by line and compare expenditure lines this year versus last year. There are a few caveats to that, which, because of lines that have either changed or no longer exist, such as in 2010 we had the contingency fund, we don't in 2011. So there's some things that you're going to see don't necessarily correlate. Also in 2010, we were tracking the abatement expense within certain expenditure lines, and that obviously is not also in the 2011. But in any event, the overall picture is that we're behind on revenues, and to about the same proportion that we're behind on expenditures. We're showing 47% expended year-to-date as of June 30th, which, when you factor out the abatement and contingency fund for last year, was just about where we were last year. However, as I'll be explaining to you in a few minutes, the changes in the retirement system are going to impact that budget, and we also know some other things that are going to be projecting to expand this year that are not budgeted, such as improvements to the police station.
How much is the retirement going to, what's the percent dollar amount?
Precisely, it's just under $30,000, $29,688. It's in my report. It's just the next item down, $29,968. The full year expense for the police retirement for Group 2, with everything else being the same. In other words, had the full year been budgeted at this higher employer match, without any wage increases, it would have been just shy of $80,000. So essentially, the cost of one new patrol officer on an annual basis. But if I could go back to item number 2 briefly. So what I've got in here is, the basics. What I plan to do for next week is to have some analysis, more detailed analysis, more summary analysis showing where we're in trouble, what the projections are looking like through the end of the year, maybe some charts as well. So, but unfortunately, with this being my week back from vacation, this week just didn't afford that kind of time. I was able to get everything done for the financials, but not the time to analyze them. So, moving on to number 3 then, the impact, as I said, for Group 2 employees. Originally, we budgeted 16.62%, which was what all employers, municipal employers, were told was the figure to budget for the second half of this year. As it turns out, the last minute, the legislature did away with the state's match, which effectively brought it up to 25.57. So it's 25.57% employer match on police Group 2. Now, Group 2 in the police department includes everyone except for the dispatchers. So the chief, the lieutenants, all the patrol, detectives. There are only 2 that are not in that, which are the 2 dispatch or admin dispatch. So For the end of the year, it appears as though, without any additional hiring, we're going to be impacted by $29,968, which we will overexpend our current retirement budget by that amount of money for Group 2 retirement. And were that, as I said, were that to be over the course of a full year without any wage increase, it's just under $80,000 based on all the overtime and other things that factor into what generates that retirement match.
How does it affect the school and the fire district?
The fire district originally they had an error in their budgeting, which was a fortuitous error because they budgeted higher than what was required to be budgeted at the time. So I believe they're going to be okay.
For this year?
Right. Everyone is going to bear a higher burden in these retirement costs in the future.
So we won't be expected to pay any more to the fire district because of that. What about the school?
Well, I don't believe we will be required to pay anything additional. And the school they had. The school is not as impacted by this because for Group 1 employees, which are the teachers and general municipal employees, there was not a change in this. This big change was the state's match for Group 2 employees. So
it's like police, fire. Okay.
Yeah. So that's where the major change came in. There was also, of course, you probably saw the change to the employees. So employees are bearing a higher share of retirement contributions as well. So Group 1 went from 5% to 7%. And Group 2 went up about a percentage point and a half, a little more than a percentage point.
The gentleman that's coming in at 6 o'clock was a sponsor on that.
So there's also there's a lot of jockeying right now. The New Hampshire retirement system, the former board hired an attorney to seek an injunction for some of these rates, and the reevaluation that they have to go through, which they believe is going to impact them. So there's quite a bit going on. The Executive Council, I believe, was in process of nominating a new board for the retirement system, which was basically lame up the board anyway. So I'm sure you'll be reading a lot more about this in the weeks to come. The next item is equally troubling to me. For the Government Accounting Standards Board, GASB, is the standard-setting body that sets in place all the guidelines that municipalities and others follow as to accounting and auditing standards. There, years ago, you may remember the last thing that towns had to do, which was to capitalize all the roads, capitalize things that you wouldn't think you would normally capitalize. So we had to go out and determine what was the value of all the town-owned roads and show that in our balance sheet. This provision is regarding other post-employment benefits. Now, the town doesn't offer these benefits, but it's a GASB requirement to say you have to do an actuarial evaluation and determine what your costs would be for you to provide them. Because at some point, some board or someone may come in and say, well, we're going to go ahead and give these benefits now. And so anyone that's looking at this from a financial standpoint, a lender, if you will, looking and saying, well, what are the potential liabilities out there that we don't know about? We now know about all your capital items, your roads, and so forth. But what are these other things? How's this retirement impact, going to affect you if your governing body decides to make a change and now provide one thing or another to retirees from the town? And that's what GASB 45 is in a very 30,000-foot nutshell about. It does not apply to us. It does not apply to many other towns, districts, and others. However, if you do not do this valuation, which requires an actuarial consultant to do, you, by default, will receive an adverse opinion on your audit, which means that if we went to borrow money and somebody looked at this audit and they'd say, whoa, wait a minute, you clearly are not adhering to GASB guidelines. It's going to affect our ability to source money from USDA, any federal programs. It is a huge black mark. Now, we were able to get out of this last year. It went into effect mid-year. I did not budget for it. It turns out to be $1,083 a year, or $3,250 up front, but we'll expense that over the 3 years, and it's good for 3 years, and then it would have to be done again. It's an unfunded mandate from a standards board. I know, it's really repulsive.
Thank you. Now, this comes down from the federal government, does it not? GASB?
No, well, there are people involved, but no, it's not. It is not a federal agency. It is an independent standards board made up of a lot of people within government.
How can they dictate what the towns will do? If this is not federal or state, this is not law, how can they dictate what the towns will do? Is it because it's accepted by the financial institutions?
That's correct, yeah, because all
That's
banks...
preposterous.
All banks, and I would not doubt USRDA as well, were they to look at providing us a grant if they saw that we weren't in compliance, or a CDBG project. Anything that would entail funneling funds either to the town or through the town for any project within Tilton would be, I think, severely impacted by this, because it would essentially say that if we didn't have this actuarial report, it would say you don't know what your, not only do you not know what your retirement liability might be if you provided it, but you don't care to adhere to the standards. So if you don't care to adhere to that standard, what else are you caring not to adhere to?
Are there any other liabilities or benefits to having this audit done, or not having it done?
There's only one huge liability of not doing it. I can't
Our credit
see
rating, basically.
Yeah, and I cannot see any benefit that would come out of doing it either. It's $1,083. I've got the money within the finance budget to be able to pay for it through the monies that we had budgeted for the TAN and the way we've been doing the TAN this year. So I've more than enough money to cover the expense. And it's just, I'd hoped that we weren't going to have to do it, but we're going to have to unless we want an adverse opinion.
How can we, but we should be able to challenge
Robbery
this.
to me.
I mean, it is robbery, you're right, it's robbery. They're requiring us, and it doesn't even apply to us. We don't,
The banks require. The banks are requiring it.
But how can they? How can they?
They can set any
That's a
standard they
monopoly.
want, right?
This is the definition of a monopoly, that they can require a town of Tilton to expend $1,000+ every year to audit something that doesn't exist for us.
Well, and
It doesn't comply to us.
this report is done once every 3 years, and true, it doesn't apply to us today, but from a lender's perspective, it could someday apply. And therefore, how do you know if the town has $1 million worth of retirement liability or $10,000 worth of retirement liability? Because by the stroke of a pen, by a governing board, that liability could change. And not knowing what that potential liability is prohibits a lender from...
But that can happen to any part of our structure. We can eliminate our public highway department and subcontract it out. And what does that do to that? You know, we could eliminate our police department and regionalize. I mean, it's preposterous.
I couldn't agree more.
How do we
I could not agree
protest
more.
this? Who can I call up?
You'll find that this is one of those unfortunate...
No, there is a federal agency that oversees the banking industry.
But this is the standards board. This is an unfunded mandate from a independent standards board. And
All that.
for us not to comply with this would really not be a wise thing. And as repulsive as it is, this is one of these so-called costs of doing business, and I would simply recommend that the board.
I understand that right now, we have to comply with this, but we don't need to sit and take it. We need to do something so that it ends this year.
Well, there are a
This
lot of-
board should not be allowed to mandate down to a town for us to audit something that does not exist. That's
However,
insanity.
we do adhere to all of their other policy statements.
Technically, we don't have to have this audit, correct? Technically, we don't have to have
We
this.
don't have to.
All right.
That's what they'll stand, but you
But-
do.
Well,
Well, only if you want to
You
deal with
do.
the banks.
Only, yeah, exactly.
But we do have to borrow
So
money.
we have
I know,
to.
I understand that.
like the grant we just received from USDA. We would be in jeopardy of receiving any of those things. They would not, I personally believe they would not touch us.
Well, and then what does it also do to your bondability if you need to take out a bond for a major project?
Oh, and
Right.
that would be a huge problem, because they do look at these things. So I have here a memorandum of understanding from Jefferson Solutions. Fortunately, Grislac, there's copies. Grislac had, who's our auditor, had found a company. I didn't print 5 of them. There's
Shares it.
trying to say paper. The Grislac had found someone that can do this at a reasonable cost for their smaller clients, of which we are one. And whereas I've heard we might likely pay 2 or 3 times more were we to go out and contract with companies separately. Grislac is not making any money off of this. This was something that they did as a service to find someone that would give them an amount for the smaller clients.
Who precisely is Grislac?
Grislac is our auditor.
I see, okay.
So
They're out of Laconia.
I'll make a motion that we go with Jefferson Solutions, Inc. for our GASB 45 report valuation.
Second?
Any more discussion on that?
Yes.
With prejudice. Can we put that in the motion, please?
Yeah. I haven't had a chance to read all of this. I assume this is the agreement.
It's really
Once it is created, does it belong to us to alter and adapt as we need?
it's really a report in time,
Yep.
as I understand it. But in order to have, they render, as I understand it, they render an opinion as to the amount of the liability. So therefore, even with the calculations, worksheets, anything else, at some future point, you would still need an actuarial person to review those numbers and to render and to have the new numbers. at
Yes,
that
but
point.
if we should decide next
Render an
year to
opinion.
go to someone else, this is good for
this
3
is good for
years. We're
3
going to,
years.
basically, we're going to pay $3,000 for them to do this.
Right.
We're going
And
to pay it over 3 years.
Well, no, we pay it now.
We pay the
the
$3,000 now.
But I'll expense $1,083 per year. So from our expense side, from hitting, what was not budgeted this year would be $1,083.
So my point is, if they do all of this work, it belongs to us
No.
completely?
No.
Because if we decide the
Not
next
what it
time
says
this is
here.
required, if we decide to switch companies, should it be a do-over? I don't think so.
This has to be done every 3 years anyway.
It would
correct?
have, yeah, I can't imagine one company taking the work of another and sort of starting midstream, but,
We'll only charge you $50 because you've got all the work done already.
If they're
Probably
looking
not.
at what the value might be if we paid these benefits.
Well,
Here's the thing
it's
for
not
retirement.
just for those that are in retirement, it's also looking at
Those we
that-
might have
that may
if
retire,
we grow.
population,
That's right.
demographics of the employees.
So there's going to have to be some information taking, the size of the community. They're going to have to look at our zoning and et cetera, et cetera. So that's the information I'm looking at. Why have somebody come, if we switch companies, have it come in green?
Yeah, these
That
are-
information would be valuable.
Yeah, but keep in mind, these are just for town employees that are either going to retire or have retired.
Or town employees that we might have to hire in the future, wouldn't it be?
I don't believe it.
Only the next 3 years,
Right,
because
I
they're going to
don't-
do it again in 3
So,
years.
what if we have more development and, let's face it, if they're going to do it, let's do it right. What if we have huge growth at Exit 20, J Jill does their thing, we have to hire more police? Aren't they going to project
This
that
one.
in?
No,
This one.
They're not.
no.
It's only the next
We're
3
going to
years.
look at our existing employees.
Existing
existing.
and current retired employees.
Okay. But I still want all the information to belong to the town,
I will,
to do with as we please.
I don't know what this is going to look like, so I really can't answer as to, you
Can I have
know.
a summary of current
Well, at the
plan
very
provisions,
least,
summary
I
of all
don't want to have to
assumptions?
get pay for any kind of signed release or anything else to use that information that they
It might-
are giving
yeah.
back to us.
And it might be information we could use for something else. Analyze, just from what I've just read here, it looks like they're going to be gathering information on the town. That's always helpful.
Sure.
So it should belong to us. Jefferson Solutions shall retain all rights, title, and interest, including all copyrights, patents, service marks, trademarks, blah, 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 blah. Technical or internal designs, method, ideas, concepts,
They retain all of their software.
Yeah, I'm really not certain what, similar to the audit that we do, we receive the audit report. So we have all, a printed
We have
audit.
access to that,
We have
correct.
access to that. We don't have all their work spreadsheets or worksheets.
They
that
retain that,
That they
correct.
retain, and that they have things that double
But
check
the data
our
that they
figures.
collect
Is
Well,
their
we
work.
should be ours.
Well,
It was ours from
data,
the start.
they're going to be
But
collecting
they're going
it
to
from us.
compile it. Right, but they're going to compile it
The next
into a
paragraph,
document.
Catherine.
Just as we had for the police study, just as we had for the fire study, we did the same thing. They're going to compile information on the town. That information is valuable. When somebody comes
I'm gonna
in
set
and
her
pulls
off now.
information from different sources, population, et cetera, that can be valuable to us.
I believe we're actually the ones going to be supplying that information, from the way I understand another municipality that's gone through this.
Yes, they're going to contact us. But they're still going to.
Oh, yes, yeah, we do.
They're still
And-
going to.
And the results are also going to be reviewed by our auditor
Yes,
as it pertains to the 2010 audit.
so we would get copies of the
Oh,
report.
absolutely.
But we should be able to use any information in this for any purpose that we see fit.
The next paragraph
Should belong.
down, Catherine.
From where?
From the
What you
right
just
to
read.
retain all rights and
I've just
title.
read 5 or 6.
It says here,
To the extent?
yeah, we're going to the next, to the extent, cannot be modified or distributed outside the plan sponsor without the written permission of Jefferson Solutions.
Yeah, and we shouldn't have to do that. It should be ours to use as we
Or
do.
we can pay $6,000 and have the right to give it to anybody we want.
We don't want to. We want to use it for our own self. We've had those clauses in other contractual agreements.
Can we see if we can,
I'll see if I can,
what is the board's?
Get them to
I have a
modify that.
motion on the floor. What is the board's wish on the motion on the floor?
I think we should vote on it, one way or the other, up or down.
The motion is to retain Jefferson Solutions for the Gatsby 45 report valuation for a 3-year report for $3,250 with prejudice.
And I second.
and Sandy seconded it, so
So are we accepting this with the contract as it's written? Is that what the motion is for, to go forward with the contract as it is written without alterations?
well, it depends on what the board wants. I mean, if you want us to make a recommendation, I mean, I'll be more than happy to amend the motion to say with the town's ability to retain the rights to all and any information that we
should be able
disperse
to
to
use
them.
any of the information they provide to us without getting their permission, since it does pertain to the
For our
town.
own use,
Whatever they compile.
for our own use.
Compile.
for our use, like we're looking to.
So if we can get that, so that's part of the motion, so,
Are you going to amend the second?
Yes, I'll,
Okay.
so we have a motion
Sorry.
and a second that's been amended now with the, added that Tim is going to negotiate to get this so that we retain the right to use our information as we see fit in the future without having to ask permission to use the information. If that is okay with the with Jefferson Solutions, then we'll go ahead with the contract. Is all those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Okay.
Great. The next item is regarding the 2010 audit. Thank you.
So it needs 5 signatures, does it, or 1?
Well, let me
We
get
figure it out.
back to them. And
Yep.
as it pertains to the 2010 audit, last year we closed Riverfront Park and the cleanup and construction funds and assimilated them, in our financial statements. We've had no activity in the Route 3 Laconia Road Sewer Fund in years. And as such, there really is no reason to leave this open any longer. It has a small deficit balance. It doesn't affect anything else. It affects no betterments, no anything. The debt, everything else remains the same. The Sewer Commission has nothing to do with this. It's just a fund within our financial statements.
Was this
Housekeeping.
created by town meeting?
No, I don't believe so. This
Is
was,
it something the Board of Selectmen created, or was it something the sewer commissioners created?
that's a good question.
If we don't know, then my
I don't know.
suggestion
I'll
is
find out,
that
yeah.
we can take a vote and have it contingent on the sewer commissioners.
I don't
I think
believe,
as a courtesy, we should,
yeah, I don't believe that the sewer commissioners were the ones that created this. I believe this was a result of just our financial audit at that time because of the size of the capital project. So, but I'll get an answer for you. But that would be my intention. Whether or not it's done tonight or in future weeks would be to consolidate that. Since there hasn't been any activity, there won't be any activity. It just doesn't make sense to leave that hanging open any longer.
well, I'd make a motion that we close the Route 3 Laconia Road Sewer Fund in our financial statement, contingent on the approval of the sewer commissioners.
Second.
The motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion?
Question.
Yep.
We have a deficit balance of 39,000 plus. Does that mean we have to make up that deficit balance to bring it up to 0?
No, it actually, it's consolidated into our overall general fund balance. So, but it's, the way it is now, it's split out in a separate column. And for the whole town financial statements, there's no net difference. But once that's closed, then it won't show as a separate fund with a deficit balance. It'll just be part of the general fund less the
And it will
$39,000.
subtract 39 grand from that balance.
That's correct. But but as you'll see when we complete this is I believe
7 years ago?
it's a long time, yeah. I believe this is the right time to do it because last year we had a significant fund balance. added, and I'm concerned that at some point there may be a desire to use some of that to offset taxation. And-
There's never going to be any way to get that to come to zero.
Never.
All right.
No.
Good enough. My questions are answered.
Okay. Great, thank you. On the next page, on the second, or the flip side, the island budget.
Wait, hold on a minute.
Oh, sorry.
We still have to vote, right?
Oh, I thought you did.
vote.
I'm sorry.
I had a question.
Okay.
So, any more discussion on Catherine's motion to, okay, all those in favor of the accounting change on the sewer fund?
Aye.
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 Great, thank you. On the next page, regarding the island budget, I understood that you want to move the budget for the island expenses out of the park commissioner's budget and into the island line. The trouble I've had is that, if you recall, the original park commissioner's budget was 35,000 something. When the budget committee was done with it, it was 25,000 something. And the park commissioners made do with that, and at one point they met and determined what each item of their budget, which was split out into about 20 different things, how that would impact each of those lines. I don't know, and I haven't gotten yet. I did ask Bob Hardy for what the impact of the island was, and I'm hoping to have that maybe by next month, so that can be taken out of their budget and put into the island line. So I just want to let you know, as you
That
look...
shouldn't have any bearing. It shouldn't have any bearing what the Budget Committee did. I just had it in my hands. Now.
If they readjusted the island, how much money they were going to allocate to the island, then why wouldn't it have a bearing?
Because
It's not up to them to reallocate.
Belknap Landscape Company, right there, there's the contract agreement that park commissioners signed
Right,
For like $7,000 or
March
whatever. I saw.
24th, 2011.
right.
This is what they agreed to
Right.
pay for the work to be done on the island.
Right.
This is what it costs the town of Tilton to do the island maintenance. This is the maintenance budget for that island.
They also budgeted, I believe they budgeted for the porta potty, they budgeted also for electricity.
Yes,
The porta potty is separate.
Right, but what
but it's still
my
in their
understanding was,
budget.
the line that they had in their one-sheet budget, which said island expenses.
Right.
My understanding was that amount of money, I think where originally it was maybe $3,200. I don't have it with me. Whatever that amount of money was what was going to come out of that and be budgeted into the island line. But since their original budget was revised by the budget committee, the bottom line number went from 35 to 25, or whatever it was.
This is well after town meeting. This is well after
Right.
their budget went to town meeting, was voted on, and here is the park commissioners agreeing what
Right.
they're going to expend
If
to
you s-
maintain the park.
If you simply want to move that amount of money of that line, that's
Well,
easy enough to do.
I don't think it's quite that simple, because Northfield is theoretically supplying half the labor, half the manpower.
See, this is what they had put in for, that amount.
At this point, it makes, that was dated November last year.
However, Bob Hardy told me that the park commissioners went down through that line by line, and revised their budget following town meeting. That's what I understood. You wanted to take that amount of money from
We do.
out of their
No.
park commissioner's budget and put it into the island.
No, this is what I was looking at.
So
This
you-
is after town meeting. This is the amount they agreed that it would cost to maintain the island.
But where
How-
does the monies for the gazebo repair and things like that? That was budgeted for with the Parks Commissioners.
Well, as I was saying, it becomes a little more complicated than just moving those monies out of their budget. Because you have to consider, let's say they budgeted, this is what they agreed it's going to cost to maintain the island.
For landscaping,
For mowing, yeah, let's just take care of the greenery.
right.
All right? However, this was not taken into consideration that Northfield was going to pay half, right?
I would imagine,
Right.
yeah.
Correct.
So, Do we take it all? If they've budgeted for the gazebo repair, Northfield is supposed to cover half that bill, so would it be fair to take it all from the park commissioners? I don't think so. Northfield is paying for half the porta potty. So when we look at how much money to take out of the,
I don't believe they're planning on paying for anything this year.
Yes, they are.
yes, they are. They
Yes.
sat and said that right to our faces.
They are paying for the porta potty this year. Yes,
They
they
said they
are.
would.
Even
So,
though it's more than what you
It's going to be, there's going to have to be some studying taken in effect.
Does the, well, you've been to the Park Commission meetings.
Yep.
Do they have an expectation as to what they're losing out of their budget?
Not
Maybe that would be
really.
a better way
Not really.
to look at this, 'cause-
I'm not a park commissioner, so I try not to have those types of conversations with them because Norm's there.
Well,
And I-
somebody
and
has
I
to
didn't-
figure this
I
out.
didn't talk to Norm beforehand, so I thought it was something the Board of Selectmen could discuss and work out and have a plan, because we have the agreements with Northfield. I figured, we'll discuss it, we'll figure it out, and then we'll present it to them.
Determine how
I mean,
much
it doesn't
you
have
wanna
to happen
do.
today or tomorrow.
Okay, all right, okay.
Dennis has to get involved, because now we need to know, okay, they've been doing it now for a couple of weeks with Northfield.
Okay.
How's your expense going? Is it going to,
Gotcha.
is their input making it less for you, or are you still sending the same amount of men over there?
Okay,
You see what I mean?
the reason why I brought it up was because you're not going to see any change to the Park Commissioners line or that island line until we make that change.
The other reason, one of the other reasons that we need to do it and do it soon is the park commissioners will depend on the money that they have in their budget to use and utilize with their events that they've got coming up too. And not knowing that we're going to go ahead and take monies out of there.
They have a capital reserve account. Is that a capital reserve, the
But,
Park and Recreation?
all of a sudden,
Yep, it is.
We don't want this to go into October, November, and then say, oh, by the way, we're taking monies out because we took care of the island and that's where it is. We need to do this now and get with Dennis and get with everybody and upfront, take it out now, so let them
But I think
plan ahead to what they can do and they can't do with their budget for the rest of their year.
But I think we should be very careful so that we don't take more than we have to.
I agree with that, but we need to let them know soon so that they can
Well, we have
plan.
work to do then. We have to get a hold of Dennis. We need to know what his projected cost for the town, now that he's been using Northfield and they've been going over there and doing it together.
I would think it's, it's just a little bit unreasonable for us to drag the park commissioners along this long without letting them know what the expenses are. Let them know, and then say, this is what we're expecting to take out of the budget, which is probably going to be less than what they projected it to cost to begin with
Well,
when they did their budget.
We know that we're going to take less than they've projected out of their budget.
Right.
Are you
And then they can
anticipating-
move forward with the rest of their year.
Are you expecting Dennis to show some sort of cost of what it's costing him to
He should
cut?
project a cost.
Absolutely.
He should know. We need to know what it's going to cost the town of Tilton.
He's keeping track. He
Yeah.
goes over every Friday.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, he should know what it's going to cost the town of Tilton, because
I'm unaware of that.
the question will come up, do we subcontract this out and does it save us money?
That is going to come up.
I'm just saying we need to be
Yeah,
careful
that
so
will-
we don't
Right.
dab them.
So maybe what I'll do, since, if it's all right with the board, since Joyce is familiar with Dennis's involvement in Northfield's, perhaps I can take a back seat to this and
We'll just tell you when the monies come out and where
through
they go.
Joyce, how much and where
Yeah.
you want it.
Right.
Great. All right. And then the last thing is, you're aware that we received the banking services proposals, opened
Yes,
them,
yep.
and I have not had time yet to complete any kind of grid or analysis. So that's going to be ongoing
Okay.
this month. Okay.
When
I
is
just
that
want to give you
due?
an update. The end of the month. I think the 30th is what we set as our early date for a decision.
When does our current agreement
There's no expiration to our current agreement.
I see.
It's
Okay.
it's open-ended, so there's no deadline there. We set some target dates, the end of the month to make a decision, and then September 1, projected date to start a new agreement.
Okay.
Great. Well, thank you very much. all.
Welcome, thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Welcome.
Go by there and pick up some of those.
Okay, Joyce.
Catherine?
We'll take Cindy, go ahead. We'll take Cindy.
Oh, I thought you were taking Cindy.
Is the chief going to be here tonight?
No.
Does he have an emergency?
Not an emergency, but he asked. He's available by phone if we need him.
I'll call him tomorrow.
We have a walkthrough at 8 a.m.
Sorry, I thought you said you wanted
He has a visitor.
Oh, that's understandable.
Okay, quickly.
Yep.
Can you hear me, Catherine?
Can you hear me now?
Okay. The Caring Community Network of the Twin Rivers, they are doing a community needs survey. They're the agency that does all the health emergency preparedness training. Jim Richardson, he's been here before the board. And I had emailed each of the board members a copy of their survey, but he asked if we could leave some of these on the counter for the public to. And before I did that, I wanted to check
I
with the board.
looked at this survey and I just felt that, why are we leaving this on this counter for someone else? It was brutal to go through it myself.
I mean, I'll be happy to distribute it to committee members, each committee, if they want it as a committee to review it. I believe he wants it back in August.
What is it?
It's a,
Community needs survey.
did everybody see it? Everybody want to
I've
come?
seen one.
It helps them when they have to do the reporting to the state and federal government for their grant funds, because they're 100% grant funded.
Do you do that survey?
I haven't yet. I have a copy, but I haven't.
Ordinarily, you would be the one as the...
No, they want everybody to fill them
Yeah.
out, so each selectman to fill them out. I'll probably
Transmit
fill
mine
one out.
electronically.
Okay.
So I can put it on the counter, or if you want it on the website, or just a notice on the...
They
can
want
find a
this
place.
from every resident?
No, anybody who wants to complete a survey.
What percentage of the population are they hoping to?
I have no idea. I'll be happy to call them and ask them. It is quite comprehensive. I just didn't want to stick this out on the counter that he had requested without bringing it to the board.
I see a lot of none of your business, none of your business, none of your business. And B.
They're going to mail it in?
What do they do after they fill it out?
They give it back to you, they mail it in? or-
He doesn't say. He doesn't say. Oh, it just says the surveys will be collected and the information analyzed and prioritized.
So the surveys go back to you and then he'll collect them
And then-
from you?
Yeah, and then I'll give them back to him. Okay,
Right.
so I'll have to put a little note on it saying, let's take. Okay.
I think if you put it on the website, just
Some of these things have no bearing on me.
so it comes back in.
One of the items,
Personal information on there that people won't want to give?
well, there's no names. It says it's totally anonymous.
No, it's,
If
The
they-
survey is completely
Put
anonymous.
it on the website, it's not anonymous
Yeah.
because you have an email. I would not recommend putting it on the website.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I checked with the Fire District, and at their meeting next week, they do have on their agenda to discuss the generator, because we're still holding the check.
Meeting at 5:30 here at the Fire Commissioners meeting. They're also going to bring up the fact that it was a Selectmen's meeting and not a Fire Commissioners meeting in Northfield as well.
Catherine Dawson had called last week about the Welcome to Tilton Downtown Historic District, historic downtown Tilton. And Sandy and I did some research, I think it was last Friday? Last Friday. And we found out that the property owner is the Cole C.H. Tilton, New Hampshire LLC, which is, right now, the building on that is Chili's. So we need to get in touch find out from Chili's.
Lowe's is the one that does the maintenance, the landscaping.
Who created the agreement? Where's the agreement?
Oh, we searched.
What is the agreement?
We searched.
Did it come from the
Here's all the-
conservation as far as the wetlands mitigation? Or did it come through the planning board?
It was a planning process. Dusty McMahon told the board that he thought it would look really nice if they put a sign out there as the road was coming back down to a 2-lane road, which stated, "Welcome to historical downtown Tilton." Because he said then the traffic would continue right into the downtown. So this was just something he did. It was not a condition of approval. It was just something, I guess you'd call it a little gift, if you will, to get the board to decide to, approve the site plan.
Right, we researched.
There was no formal agreement.
No.
So we don't really have a leg to stand on to require anybody to maintain that site.
Except Lowe's. When I spoke with the manager last year at Lowe's, they said they have an agreement with their maintenance person that does all of Chili's, Lowe's, and Kohl's,
Yep.
that they go down and do it. And today they were down there doing it.
Oh, they were?
Yeah.
They must have known I was bringing it up tonight.
But this is the first time in what, a month?
And what happened to the center of the D?
It fell off. I bet nobody picked it up and put it back on.
It's
Probably
been gone
mowed
for a
over
very
now.
long time.
It's almost embarrassing. If it's not going to be properly maintained, I'd just as soon have the sign taken down.
Oh, I agree. If they're not going to keep it neat and clean, then why do we need it?
Unless we put another little sign that says wildlife preserve. That means say, yes, we're maintaining it in its
What, we
natural
got
state.
crickets and ticks on that?
Yeah, crickets and ticks.
Flamingos there.
Yeah.
Frogs, because of the frog lady.
There you go. But so maybe we should, Kohl's owns it.
Not Kohl's
No, not
Department?
Kohl's. No, this is just the name of their real estate investment company. Because they had merged the lots and the lot that the sign is on. See, before, the lot that the sign was on belonged to Conover, or the company where Lowe's is.
Right.
And then in 2006, those lots were merged, and that where the sign is was merged with the lot that Chili's is on.
Yeah, so it's now one lot.
It's one lot.
So who do we approach?
Well, according to what Pat found out last year, Lowe's is taking care of the maintenance on all the properties.
And they had a new maintenance person that they hired, and they were not aware of the issue down there now that they were, this was last year, and they were aware of it, and they did it on a regular basis last year.
Now there's a new company? A new contractor?
Nobody's approached the manager of Lowe's, and I would be very careful, because you know what? We've gotten a lot of things from Lowe's in the last couple of weeks from him, including grants for a chat. So, no, I'm...
Well, what brought this up was not only the maintenance, but the fact that the
saying go
sign...
carefully, that's all.
Okay.
You don't want to go in there, well, you do this and you do that.
Oh, well, no.
No.
But I
Either do it
think
or
a
take it down.
conversation should take place.
Very
of
nice.
Understanding of what should be done and how often.
I just wanted to let the board know that we still, Sandy may bring this under her selectmen's reports, we still haven't received any information from Holden Engineering on the specs for the collar for the Pine Street box culvert. But what I've done, I'll keep this in the selectmen's office, is I've assembled a little bit of a timeline and copies of the minutes and certain portions of our contract with Hiltz.
It's almost August, and they said that they would do the work in August. For me personally, as a selectman, I feel we should go after Holden and get some money out of Holden. I don't like the way he's running his business. We can't even get to speak to him. Sandy spoke to him a couple weeks ago and passed it right off to Mr. Rossignol. He doesn't even want to do business with us. Well, then, you know what? We've paid him a lot of money to do what he's supposed to do. Make him do it and do it right and be done with it. But I think we should go after it. I think we should go after the performance bond.
Yep. I think we have a right to, because he did
Absolutely.
not keep up with his end of the contract.
He did not. No, he did not.
Hiring
Absolutely not. We did all of this.
personnel on site during that bridge
Absolutely.
being constructed.
Right, the performance bond is Hiltz, not Holden. There's no performance bond on Holden.
What does their contract with Holden say if he does not perform his work correctly?
I have that up here, I brought that up, we can look at that.
Well,
That's what we need to look at.
so we need to look at that and see where we stand on that, because I think it's worth looking at, because I really do think that we should go after that. Because he did not do his job. He's the reason why we're in the mess we're in.
Okay. Last week, I had sent an email to Scott McGuffin to relay to the Tilton School information on that land swap, and I have not heard back from him. Did I copy the board on what I sent? No, I didn't. I've got 3 things legal for your non-public. Leave those there for now. I'll just check my list. On your agenda is the PD building improvements, the walkthrough.
The walkthrough.
Under old business?
No, that's, you do that.
Okay.
Well, I just put it under old business so we don't forget it.
I mailed, emailed, and faxed forward overhead addresses for the 12 contractors. I've not received any calls inquiring about the mandatory site walk, but tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock is the site walk at the PD, so I know Pat's going to be there. Is anybody else going to be there?
At what time again?
8 o'clock.
And I'll be here at town at 9 because I want to be part of New Franklin Apartments is coming in to talk about expansion.
Don't get me started on that one yet.
Say that again?
So don't even get started on that one yet. Let's just
Coming in
breathe
tomorrow
through
to
this.
meet with Gus on the possibility of more apartments.
There's not enough chocolate in the world tonight
Oh,
to
so
get me
they're
past
just-
that.
Yeah.
Where?
New Franklin Apartments.
New Franklin Apartments, but I wanted to be part of that discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just need to see about transportation. A basketball team,
The what?
my basketball team.
Oh, yes, I sent that email around to everybody. The email that I received from Chuck, I forwarded it on.
Oh, the muskrats? Is that what
Yes.
that-
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
That's baseball.
Because you weren't invited.
What are you talking about, muskrats?
Their baseball team in Laconia.
Do you have one?
What about them?
Oh, they're playing some big game this weekend.
It's in my
Game.
email, but I didn't print it out.
Muskrats?
What is it?
Against
What's
the
that? How does
Wombats
that
or
pertain to
something.
the town?
Muskrats, I think they
How does
are.
that pertain to the town of
Baseball.
Tilton?
Doesn't on any level.
Where?
Let me make a copy, because I did send it to everybody, I would send it to the
How does it
board.
pertain to the town of Tilton?
Chuck Mitchell sent it out, asking that all park commissioners and that the town be notified, and that to let other people know about this game.
They're just trying to get the word out so they get attendance.
Yeah, this must be a
Like,
kid's,
Captain, you want to go?
I forwarded the
is this a
email,
kid's
but
team?
We don't have a
No,
copy
this is
here
a
today.
semi-professional baseball team.
What?
It's college league.
Is it college kids? I thought they got money.
Is it
No.
professional?
They may be semi-pro, but it's college level.
I
So they
see.
get paid? Oh, great. No, thank you. I won't be
Semi-paid. They
attending.
get semi-paid.
I won't be attending.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Maybe you could get
status of
paid.
White Rock agreement.
Yep.
Tim had contacted RDA to find out, were they okay with the agreement? And they are. They just said what they're waiting for is the White Rock engineer to finalize all of their paperwork and submit it.
Thought we
before
were
the
done
release.
with that. A few minor changes I heard last.
Yeah, the agreement is fine, but now they won't release the money until they get all the paperwork from White Rock's engineer saying that the project is fully finalized, fully complete. So I emailed the White Rock representative, and I asked if, to move this along, if she could contact their engineer and say, when are you going to submit this paperwork? And I told her, I said that we're really anxious to mail out the Lockmere betterment assessments, and we're holding it up for this. So I just need some guidance from the board to give me a date. If I don't hear anything, can we just go ahead and do the warrant?
Do the what?
Do the warrant for the betterments. And then we'll just, when they get the money, then we'll just bill it next year. Because the amount that the grant funds they're receiving can only go towards the first issue billing. We can't separate the first issue billing to go, okay, well, we're going to wait and do White Rock's first issue later, because it's all one.
What's a reasonable amount of time to expect them to comply?
I'd like by
Tomorrow?
August 1st,
Well, I was
These are
thinking
sewer
by the end of
betterments we're
month.
talking
the sewer
about, right?
betterments.
Why aren't the sewer commissioners part of this conversation? They're the
Because-
governing body of sewer.
I know, because we've had this before, and it's the selectmen that are issuing the warrant, and the money's coming to the town, not the sewer commission.
The sewer commissioner, the governing body of everything sewer. I've got to get that straightened out.
I'm scheduled to be mailing out those bills in July. It's scheduled.
And we're already a month
When are the
behind.
sewer commissioners meeting again? Tuesday? When do they meet?
Right, but the sewer commissioners aren't party to this agreement where White Rock will be receiving money, giving money to the town to apply towards their first issue bill.
They're not really giving money to the town. The money's coming from a grant.
Right, but the town's holding the money.
We're just kind of the financial
Fiduciary, right.
institution that's holding the money.
But the point is, how long are we going to wait? I think if we wait, July 31st is long enough. We got to get moving on this.
Certainly no later than that.
He's
We've
gonna
got to mail them out in July, have them due in August. It's the schedule that we
When
have.
are you gonna mail them out?
Well, I wanted to mail them out in July, so
I know.
anytime in July.
Well, give us a date so we know when to say if we haven't heard from them.
I mean, I would say...
We can mail them out anytime we
That would be my
want.
preference.
I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
couldn't hear you.
I would say give them another week. That would be my preference. So we can mail out the bills.
Well,
We
for
can
me,
mail
the
them out
21st?
anytime we want.
Right, well, in August, we're doing the other betterments. So we're going to be doing the Northern Shores and Andrews Road in August.
Well, how come all the betterments don't go out all at the same time? I mean, is it
'Cause some of the-
confusing if...
Well, the only one that goes out in two separate bills is the Lockmere, because the
Okay.
first issue is
So
a
we're trying to get
fixed
it
rate.
as much as 6 months apart as possible. I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause technically, it probably should have gone out in late May to be due, or June, in order to be...
That's the tax bills.
The project.
It's just too much.
Well, when do you send out the second billing? of
So
the
if we give them
betterments?
if we give them to the 27th, you can have the 28th and 29th to send them out.
I would need a warrant, then I would need at least 2 days to get them printed, stuff.
It's all right. I mean, we don't have to have them out exactly on
You
August 1st.
send out the second betterment bill in November with the tax bills? At the same time tax bills are going out?
Well, just
We can't, it's less than a week's time. If we give them a week, you're not going to be able to get the warrant signed on the 21st.
Right.
You're going to get the warrant signed on the 28th.
Then
we
you got
give 'em-
one day.
Then you have one
One
day.
business day, and we're out of July.
So
The
then
warrant signed earlier.
you get, then you send them out that first week in August. It's the 14th already. We don't meet again until the 21st, and then the 28th.
Give them a couple more days.
If we wanted this betterment to get out by August 1st, why weren't we calling them and letting them know this before now?
We didn't even know if they were going to be getting the money.
We've
We're
known for
working on-
quite a long time that they'd be getting the
Well,
money.
that we had to have an agreement in place.
We've had this agreement in place
Right.
for quite a long time,
Over a month.
over a month.
We've been working on it. It
But-
just finally on...
Wait a minute, working on it. We signed papers that we would agree to this over a month ago, that we would agree to this.
But even with the agreement, even when we were working out the agreement was only for, what are we going to do with this monies? Are we going to hold it?
Right, but we haven't signed anything.
But the point is, there should have been a conversation with them about these betterment bills and the money need to be paid because of the bills, et cetera, et cetera.
All right, well, it's my understanding that the meeting that we had when they all came, that's where it was definitively decided with RDA and their attorney, White Rock's attorney, the White Rock representatives, and the Community Loan Fund, that the money could only be applied on the flat fee amount, and that they determined at that time that it would be 60% of that. And that meeting took place maybe two and a half weeks ago. And that was when we finally changed the agreement. We sent it off.
What meeting? We set it with White Rock people 2 weeks ago?
No, this was Tim and
It's like a month ago.
Camille from, two people from the, Jim Sesser, their attorney,
Who was there from the town of Tilton?
Tim. Just to make sure that we were all on the same, and you popped in.
Yeah, they called me in just because I
Joanna
had to
popped in?
do all the work.
Before-
But that was more than a month ago.
Were we aware of this?
Before we give them a deadline, a phone call should be made to them explaining to them the exact problem that we're discussing right now, telling them that we need to get the betterment bills out, we need their monies.
Okay, I did, I
And then
emailed
next Thursday night, we can...
When did you email
We can
them?
decide a deadline.
them Wednesday.
You
I
emailed
think
them on
it's-
Wednesday?
But I think it's
It's
unfair.
up
Get a
to White
reply?
Rock to light
I'd
a
have to
fire
go
under
check-
their engineer
check my
because they're
email.
going to have to pay it out of pocket if they
Well,
can't. get
So
it.
as of
But
today,
they're
we didn't get a reply.
Completed and they don't have the
they've got
paperwork.
to have the information. but
What
they
I
don't
had asked
know
Camille to do was get in
policy.
touch with your engineer. How soon
They don't
is he
know
going to
about
give
our
that
betterments and what our policies are,
documentation to
getting them out.
RDA?
Most communities
If I know
send out
that
one bill.
documentation has been given to
wanna go with
RDA,
the
then it's
access
safe for us to go
information.
ahead and do it,
They weren't.
because,
Oh,
they have a
they've never
month to
been
pay
asked
their
for
bill
it yet.
anyway.
That's a whole different thing.
I mean, send out the bills before the RDA.
No,
Once we know that White Rock has done what they need to do, submitted it to RDA, and RDA says, okay, fine, sign it, or try and get them to sign it beforehand, and then,
Yeah. But I'd rather wait just a couple of days. I mean, they've been working, it's been over a month since we had that meeting.
yeah, I know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, they have been.
I would give them a courtesy of a phone call and say, you have a few days.
Yeah.
The selectmen are discussing this now. We are going to go ahead and do the warrants, and if you're not on the warrant, then you're going to miss out. So I would act accordingly. That's what I would tell them. I wouldn't say, hey, when are you going to get ready? I would say, this is what's going to happen. The selectmen need to get the betterment warrant out, and the time is running out. If you're not here on board with us, you cannot do this. This is what's going to happen, and it's not going to be the first issue, and you're going to lose out. So you have to come up and you have to do these things before that happens, because the selectmen are going to act within next week or the week after.
What's the flat fee bill to them?
$357 per unit.
57 it went up?
$357.
Oh, it used to be 327.
It's $357.
It went up?
Well, it's over $300.
$327. maybe.
327. Okay. Speaking of warrants, Cindy sent, the legislature changed the language, tweaked it a little bit, and I contacted Lauren, and Lauren said that
I read that.
their assessing program would incorporate that new language into our warrant. I also spoke with Lauren, and she, we will see a credit posted on our June bill
Oh, they're just
for the,
increasing, that's what you're talking about.
for the amount that was disputed,
They
2.5
just
hours
increased
that
the
was disputed. All
minimum.
Probably saw it too.
Got it.
right, White Rock. So I can see that
I did.
Tim did not copy the board on this. I'll forward these to the board. Okay. I had forwarded the board some information on mobile broadband with AT&T and T-Mobile, and I was talking with Pat, and she said that at the meeting on the 28th, the gentleman from, is coming
The
in?
gentleman that we spoke about last week, Nick Clemens, is coming in to talk with us and what he wants us to do, and is to help him lobby, which I'm totally against.
Me too.
I told him he had 15 minutes, and he would have no more than 15 minutes, and I will time. And I'm serious, because he said, boy, you really know a lot about cell phone use, don't you? And but why would I want to go into a merger with T-Mobile? Because the German company that owns T-Mobile right now wants to give them up. And then, so AT&T wants to pick up T-Mobile and put in satellite coverage, which will saturate New Hampshire with AT&T coverage now, because it will be T-Mobile and AT&T, and essentially it will be a lot of coverage to a lot of places that don't have coverage, which is, on the good side, but competition is always good, and it keeps prices down. And when you're the only one that's out there, up there, and you keep going up and up and up and up and up, and I said, well, can you guarantee the price is going down and down? No, I can't do that. I said, well, then don't come and talk to us then. But what is it that you want me to waste my time hearing you to do? And
Good way to word it.
that's exactly the way
Why exactly are we talking to him at all?
because I talked with the board last week, and they felt that we should have them come in. I said, okay, we'll have them come in. And then you had right after that, after I had already put them on the agenda, Joyce got a call from AT&T, lobbyist, wanting to be on the agenda. This is a huge push for this in New Hampshire.
He didn't
Not
ask
gonna
to be on
start
the
throwing
agenda.
the doors open for lobbyists. That's ridiculous. We won't get any business done.
I don't understand what we can do to help these people. I thought that there might be a chance of circumventing MetroCast or creating some sort of a competitive atmosphere for our cable television people.
Right.
This is something completely separate, and I don't care who's providing cell phones.
All it takes is the board to say, geez, I don't think we should have them come in. It doesn't sound like anything
Geez,
that we
I
did.
don't think we should have them come in. I don't think
I'll
it
be
makes any
more than
difference to
happy to
me.
make a phone call and say, you know what, we're really busy and we don't have the time for you
Good
right
luck.
now.
Good luck in your future endeavors.
Okay, do it.
All right. Is that the consensus? I'm all over
Works
it.
for me.
I'm all over it. Okay.
On that note, I'll have some candy. I love it here too.
Here's chocolate here.
Outstanding. Whoppers. Thank you.
Okay, two things on the Ernie's cleanup. Well, actually, three. Just a reminder, July 19th at 4 o'clock next Tuesday. Second thing is Carolyn Hurst had emailed me this afternoon, just to let the board know that in advance of work night, they have some of her employees from her company that they're going to go out and weed whack, just so that we'll be able to see better on what we have to clean up. She says,
Tell them to stay away from the building.
to be on the site to weed whack the tall grass so that we can better do our work.
What?
And she's also having some plywood that will be delivered to the site, but that will be when.
After reading the email message that I got regarding this, I think it's wonderful that we're getting on it early. However, I didn't get the impression that they were going to secure that building quite the way we had originally discussed. Fencing and lots of plywood over the windows, and they were talking about securing the doors or something. And it just didn't seem as ornate as what we were discussing that night with Mr. Silverberg. And I may be wrong, but that's the impression that I got from that.
Okay, well, I have board-up windows and doors, enclosed rear of building with fence, fill hole to space under the building from outside and the back with some type of fill to prevent access, general pickup around the lot of any debris that is sitting on the surface.
Yeah, I missed part of it because I didn't get that board up the
Well, yeah,
windows
he
part,
said
so that's on.
it says Board of Selectmen.
So the overhead door is going to be
No, I'm sure it does. I just,
blocked off, right? That overhead door that's all collapsed is going to be blocked, so no
They
access.
sat, twice I heard them say they will secure that building
But it needs to
for
be
our,
secured to
whatever
your
we feel.
satisfaction,
That's
yes.
right, to our satisfaction.
And that they are going to monitor it.
bi-weekly.
I think they will.
Well, they have been so far.
Yeah. Well, have they been sending, because the other part is I wanted to see something coming into this office every time somebody goes in there and monitors it,
Have they been
that I was
sending?
here on such and such a date and everything is the same as it was the last time.
We've gotten 2 emails now.
I haven't seen them.
They were sent out to the Board of Selectmen.
Yeah, one was
Maybe
Tuesday,
I-
I
July
just
5th.
misread
That was
that.
from Rick to everybody.
Yeah.
I did
I got
see
it.
one.
And then I
but
sent one on Monday,
I just
July
can't get over
11th.
how we're so dependent on email.
That's just been the
It's
2.
just been the 2.
Well, I'll definitely be there to help.
All right, and then the third thing is that we still need to write an agreement up with the Trails Association, and I guess I notified
Agreement for what?
for how Ernie's is going to be cleaned up. I mean, all we have right now is just what was discussed in the minutes, but the board asked, they wanted to have a written agreement.
Can we do that, even though the Conservation Committee?
We want a written
Bought the
agreement, how
property?
we're going to have
Them clean-
WRTA clean up our property.
Yep.
it comes into the town of Tilton's.
Because they
Do we
will...
even know what's, I don't know what's on the property that needs to be picked up.
I mean, hasn't
Oh, no, this is in, because the board had decided to
Oh, you're
forego
talking about
demolition
not
and
cleaning up
removal.
the property.
So you want something in
What's
writing.
entailed in the demolition and removal?
You're talking about beyond the
Yes.
agreement that the Conservation Commission
Correct.
signed with WRTA.
Correct.
Right.
Oh, when you said cleanup, I'm like, I was thinking about next Tuesday. I'm like, what?
No.
Yeah, you're talking about a more in-depth,
Right.
a more in-depth
Yes.
memorandum of understanding.
Yes, and they understand that, and...
Okay, yes. What their involvement
Yes,
in cleaning up the
Yes.
contaminants on the site.
Yes.
The monitoring the wells and the cost, et cetera. Okay, I got
What
you.
day is
Man, I was
Carolyn's
like,
crew going to be there?
she just said, just a quick note to let you know that in advance of work night, and perhaps even today, one of our employees will be on the site to weed whack the tall grass so we can better do our work,
And when was that email?
at 1:42 this afternoon.
Okay.
Also, we have heavy road signs that can be used in place of spending funds for plywood, so they will also be delivered to the site. Thanks, Carolyn.
One of the road signs gonna say, no passing.
Oh, but they're thick.
Yeah,
They-
I understand.
caution would be nice.
Caution, keep out.
One
No
way.
trespassing.
One way. Dead end. We could draw an
Do not
arrow.
enter, that'd be a
One
good one.
You know, I vaguely remember
This way.
an email from Ken saying that afterwards we could go to his house to eat.
Wow.
What?
We could go to his house to eat. Because it's at 4 o'clock. 4 till dark, we're going to be hungry.
I just, so people know, I may be, half an hour or so late because I'm going to come down with the tractor, but I also have to wait for young Mark to get there because I can't transport the kids in the bucket.
You want me to come?
Because?
It is not
no
safe.
No
Me to
seatbelt.
come and pick the kids
No,
up?
no, they'll stay with
There
Mark.
may be a bucket seat, but
But
there's
thank
no
you,
seat
thank
belt.
you.
Kids would love
They
to
could
travel
help.
in the bucket.
Oh, yeah.
Gabby could
I don't
help.
know if he'd want.
I'll lose them in the river.
Duct tape.
All right. Okay.
Anything else for me?
Yeah, 61 Business Park Drive.
Okay, I didn't get a chance to type up my notes, so let me
Okay.
just say that today, Selectman Constantino and I met with the insurance adjuster that's hired by LGC and an engineer to view the site, and I will have a written report for the board.
What'd they say?
Well, we have to wait until we get their report.
You which site?
They made no speculation.
Oh, yeah, they did. Go ahead, tell them, you can tell them.
What'd they say?
What was speculation?
I'll hold my button down.
Having a hard time hearing because of that
I would
area.
rather,
which
I would-
site?
I
What
would
are we
rather
talking about, Joyce? View which site?
Yeah.
61 Business Park Drive.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, but that would be strange. Oh, no, it wouldn't.
See this?
That would be, yeah.
What are the
Every
speculations?
4 feet on the center. There's one of these.
That's weird.
Okay, hypothetically, what are the speculations? Hypothetically,
Hypothetically,
If it's,
there's water getting in from the bricks in a,
there are some cracks in the structural masonry and concrete. That doesn't,
and
that
they
doesn't
think
look
the
like
water's
every one of
coming in
these
there,
are done.
hypothetically?
That looks
We
like,
have to go back to,
that looks like
The
this
engineer-
here has
We have to
been
go back.
Reviewed it, took
different
pictures, they
colors.
discussed it.
Hypothetically,
They asked
we're
questions.
SOL, is
They
it-
said that the next step is
Where we're
that
going here?
the engineer will submit the report to the adjuster will submit everything to the insurance company. He also, or we asked the engineer to make sure in his report that he included some recommendations, which they would need anyway if the insurance was going to
Yeah,
recover this, so.
so we can talk more about this in a non-public.
okay.
sounds like it's gonna have to do with litigation.
Okay.
And I'm going to just hand you this, I'm going to run to the table.
If it's
You don't-
anything via Glenn Smith, I don't even want to see it.
No, just,
Okay.
one of the things, I had mentioned to the board that whenever there are definitive policy clarifications in our personnel policy, that-
Now I'm really going to be upset.
well, I'm just going to hand it to you, you can read it whenever you want, and if you want to do something with it, fine, if not, fine. And you don't even have to do it now, Pat.
Why am I lost?
It was just while it was still
Welcome
fresh
to
in
the
my
club. I have
head.
no clue what's going on.
I wrote it,
So I came in yesterday to sign a paper for something else, and the subject came up about holiday pay. In holiday pay, we have an officer that decided to use last-minute paid time off on the holiday,
Yes, I recall that.
and decided to get paid for the holiday too, wanted to. So we went in, Joyce and I, to make a long story short, and we'll talk about it later because it's contractual and it's litigation, so we can do that in non-pub, which I'd much prefer. So Joyce and I had a very much heated discussion over the contract, the CBA agreement, and banking holidays, because there's an officer here that also
I
wanted
know
to...
how excited you
What, was
get.
this
I would use the
particular
word
officer
lively.
scheduled to work?
it was not heated.
Yes.
It was lively.
Yes.
Okay, all right, that,
I know the difference.
that's a
Yes,
factor.
scheduled to work. And then there's an officer that was not scheduled to work who put in for banking his hours. So, do you remember our agreement in October 2010, where we said there would be no banking of the hours if you do not work that? Well, we just feel that it should be renewed. Because we have a new contract, we should renew that without getting into that. But I do not want the language changed from that original agreement. In the original agreement,
I think if you flip that page over, here's your letter. Oh. There it is.
the original agreement, you can see, is this much. And Joyce, I can see, I haven't read it, but it's going to change it to this much.
No, this is just to clarify our discussion.
I know what it is. But I feel if we're going to make a motion to renew our initial motion in 2010, we should do it exactly as it was, because there was no question about it at all in 2010 up until our new contract, July 2011.
All right. We can
So
do that.
that's my personal opinion. You know, we
That's fine.
negotiated it.
That's fine, we can do that, and then all I would ask is at some point then, if you and I and Tim and the chief can sit down, just to make sure we're all in agreement on how we apply it.
If you, the more words you put into a motion, the more words you put into a motion, the more examples you put into a motion, the more loopholes you find in that. And it's very straightforward. The contract says that you can bank it. We said we agreed not to allow the chief to allow banking except for employees that work the holiday. So that's my feeling. So we can bring this up. Everybody can take home a copy and they can read it, and
But your motion...
I am totally against it. I just want to be forward enough to say that.
Do we have the original
Yep.
agreement?
Yep, right here.
Okay, all right,
Oh,
we'll
you
look
have
at
the
that
original
later.
letter, so just...
So,
The holiday was.
the original, employees that are not scheduled to work on a legal holiday may elect to take another day off at their regular rate of pay. So we made a motion that you are not to approve the following, because it says in the contract that it is approved, so we not approve the following. And this is exactly the way it's written in the contract. We got 5 minutes and the senator's going to be here, so Cindy. We can take this up later.
I have handouts.
There's more, maybe.
Can you take one and pass it down, please? Doesn't that give you enough?
Oh, that's it.
What are you doing?
Well, I was doing it for you while you thought you were still reading, just to make it simple. But when I started, you finished.
The first thing I want to go over is the deeding, is the blue. This is the deed list. Deeding's going to be on August 11 at noon. And as I say in my little note here, I'm sure a lot of these are going to be paid off before then. But as of right now, this is it. So I put what type of property it was, who owns it, and any comments.
So if they have to be paid off by August 11th, noon, they have to unequivocally, or you go to deed.
Yes.
So if we make arrangements, that's not satisfactory.
If the board
It's up to us.
decides
We
not to
can-
take,
Yeah.
then you decide not to take. That's up to the board.
We can decide what we want to take and what not we want to take. If somebody comes in...
But it still goes to lien, right?
It's lien. This is
It just doesn't go to
2008 lien.
deeds.
These are already,
Yes.
these are properties already liened, I got
We
it.
have made decisions when people come in and explain their situation and given them, not often.
And the fact is, if you make an arrangement with someone to make payments or whatever, and if they don't abide by your contract with them,
Yep.
not a contract with the tax collector, would be with the selectmen, we could always go deeding later.
Yep.
You know, it's not, you know, if you don't take it off the table.
There's a mistake on this,
Where?
where it says Eric Dawson, house, there's no house.
I thought that was with a house on it. No, it's land?
Both of them are raw land.
Okay, thank you.
Doesn't make any difference.
No, oh, good, but thank you.
Do we actually have a trust company that hasn't paid taxes on property?
Yeah, they own a lot of property around here. They've got different trust names.
A lot of people put their properties in trust.
Yeah, okay, but
Yeah.
the way that reads, it almost looks like a bank.
Yeah, it's not.
No, my property's in a trust.
No. So there's 4 that are actually within a court case that, I'm waiting for the notice of periodical payments again from Mr. Haas. Hopefully we'll get one payment. So it's gone down in trailers. I think word's out that I'm taking them to court.
I knew that would happen.
Yeah. So I
gotta say it again, nice job.
thank you.
Nice job. It is so complicated and convoluted, and she just weeds right through it.
So I think what I'd like to do this year is anything that we have really, hanging out there. I can always take them to court, or we can wait for the deeding process. I mean, that's up to the Board of Selectmen. If we want to get the money for the town, especially.
I also have a question, and it's been in the back of my mind. We have a resident that lived on Winter Street that passed away. And I know that the house is currently up for sale. It's not much of a house. They've been in trouble with the town before for the mess. And I was just curious as to whether or not the taxes are current, because I don't want to take over this house because we'd be inheriting a mess.
The fire station.
Is it this one here?
But they'd be
No, it's not on this list.
Oh, okay. No. It's probably current. There may be a mortgage company with it. If not, once the bank takes it,
Highly unlikely there's a mortgage company.
Well, if the
because
bank took it
they've lived there
over-
forever.
if the bank took it over, or if it's in, probate.
The owner is deceased. He just passed away within the last couple of months.
Okay.
Cindy, this very
I
first
don't
one
know
that you have.
where it is in terms of,
Yeah, I don't know. Come on down. We
there
can
were
take a
2
look.
sons.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it.
What is 17 Center Street?
That's Panulo? That's behind the
The empty
lot,
lot?
I believe.
Let's take it.
Let's take it.
Yes! I'm all over it.
August 11th.
That fence comes down.
August 12th, my 60th birthday, we're on it. We're on it.
Barbecue!
Yep,
Come there.
that's it.
Very nice.
9 o'clock, August 12th, we're on it.
He's on this list every year.
Is that where you want to put cake and ice cream there?
No, we'll have a barbecue. Not here, because we can't drink. We'll, over there.
Are we going to barbecue vegans?
Drink here,
Yeah,
as long as you
just
can walk.
orange, yeah.
Yeah, as long as you walk.
Are we going
That's
to
right,
be
we're
like
not in
this
Northfield, that's
applicant
right.
for the park? Are we going to barbecue vegans?
Yeah, there you go.
They're having a vegan barbecue.
Oh, yes, I like this
yeah.
What
one.
vegan tastes like.
That's 17 Center. That's the back of it?
That's
I
it,
thought that
thoroughly
was
cooked.
actually attached to the apartment, so it's actually separate from the apartment. It's different property altogether. All right, we just don't say anything, just ignore that. Don't let the letter go out, we'll just ignore it.
It's on our TV screen.
Hello.
The certifides went out to all property owners and entities that
Well,
are
if he's
have
paid as
interested
much
parties.
attention to the certified as our phone calls, we're lucky.
Maybe I should have put your name on it then.
My last name is his father's first name. All right,
So this is my list as it stands now. I'll keep you updated on it,
okey-doke.
It
okay?
looks like it's dwindled.
It is really good. It is a really good list.
You done good.
Thanks. So,
Come way down.
yeah.
And why do we need 6 reams of paper? Couldn't you have gotten
Oh, you're on the registrations?
2000, oh, that's 2009. 2010, you used 6 reams of paper. Could you have used 5? And done, duplexed it or something?
One registration? Do you want me to send it to the neighbors too?
No, if somebody has multiples, but there aren't that many.
Just kidding.
She's just trying to give me a hard time. So, we're spending a lot of money for these renewals by mail. It's a great service. I love it. The people love it. And if and when, I should say when we go for renewals online, we're still going to have to do a mail out, because with Avatar, if we go renewals by mail with Avatar, there's a code that would be on the letter. And anybody renewing their registration online needs that code to be able to renew.
Right.
Okay? So I was at a class the other day, and a lot of the town clerks that do the renewals by mail just add a $1 municipal, processing fee to each registration.
When we first talked about this, we weren't going to do that. The fee was going to come from those that actually used it.
And this is how this is.
It's unfair to those who don't want to register by mail to charge them $1
Well,
for the courtesy of mailing them out the letter.
Well, this is my point. Everybody loves to receive that letter. It's a great reminder. People use it. They walk in with it. That's what we had decided, and that's how we're doing it. There's a lot of confusion with people that have their checks made out or mail in because they're supposed to.
That dollar.
That dollar. I have it on the renewals twice.
Yeah.
And we're forever having problems with it. So, I would love to either take it off or put them on all of them. Either way. We're not recouping a lot of money. If you see on here. But I think the service is great for the people.
Right.
And I think
For those who use it.
But they're still using the paper. They're still using, they're looking at it, they're saying, oh my God, my registration's up, this is how much I'm going to have to pay.
When was the last time I brought one in?
I use it all the time.
Yep.
But
The mail?
The mail-in.
it's not,
I got
it's
it
not.
right
Don't
there,
even
no.
bring the registrations anymore. They
It
bring
may
in
only be $1, but in this climate, it's not fair for us to tack on one more fee, no matter how much it is, just for convenience.
Well,
I would rather send out a notice and let them know we're not going to do registrations by mail unless they specifically request it.
Can't do it that way.
Then we won't, then I'd prefer not to do it at all.
But
If it's going to add that $1 to Meme and Pepe, who are just barely making it month to month, I don't want to do it.
But also, and I hear you, I understand, but also right now the state just revoked the 2009 agreement on the surcharge, which brought everybody's registrations down $30 and $45.
Why should I pay an extra buck so Norm can get his thing in the mail?
Exactly.
You're going to get it too. Either way, you're going to get it in the mail. Whether you choose to use it or not, that's how we used to do it. I'm saying is either we do it all for everybody or we just take off that $1 and not do it at all.
I'd be inclined to just take off the $1.
I'd rather keep the $1 for those who use the service.
It's
You
just going to
can't
be.
separate it, Joe.
It's
No, we pay her more per hour to separate it than the dollar's worth.
Then let's take $1 off altogether.
Yeah, we only took in for 2009 $112.64, and in 2010 $356. So
We're not offsetting the
we're
cost
not
of doing
offsetting it,
it.
and that was my whole.
So why do we continue to do it?
Because this is a great service for those people that
I-
cannot make it to town
I want to
hall.
keep doing it.
Yeah,
I
I
like that
really
as well.
strongly
Yeah.
agree with that, Norm. I would like to keep this service open. People
Why
use
can't
it.
we use the computer?
Not everybody has
Over the
one.
internet? Well, we're still going to have to mail out, as I described.
And our seniors don't have computers.
No, they don't. And the seniors
Some
love
seniors
this.
don't.
The seniors love this because they have their checks all made out. She does. But
Well,
I,
then take it off. My voters take it off.
Yeah, I would say just take it off.
Do we have to make a decision tonight?
I would like it.
Pushy, aren't you?
Oh, when was that ever an issue?
Wouldn't have you any other way.
What's the
I mean,
board's
we've got until
consensus
the
on the
next-
dollar?
the next
So we
one.
can take our next
I move that we
appointment.
take the $1 off.
I second.
A motion's been made and second to take the dollar off and make our town clerk happy.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
I would love to make the town clerk happy.
Great.
about
that's
you.
done.
All about you.
All for me. Now that we're all happy, I've got, and I was going to save this for like November. I'll
See
give
you
you
then.
to think about it, okay?
Here we go.
Our senator
Senator is here, okay.
All right.
All right.
Oh, no, you can't leave. I need to know.
Okay. We are spending an arm and a leg, and legislation was just put up for increasing dog licensing,
Yep.
and it was voted down.
Yay!
A dog owner, no doubt.
I was a dog owner.
It doesn't cover
Hooray.
the cost.
30 of them.
It doesn't carry the costs. It doesn't. The town
cost
spends
is
so much
mandated.
money, and I send out postcards, I send out flyers, we make phone calls, we do civil forfeitures,
Just
I'm gonna
another
send
way
out
for,
another.
it's just another way for people to tax.
We
My-
have to
They
input the
shouldn't be licensed
information that
anyway.
comes from the
Yeah,
vets.
we
the rabies,
have to
and
do all
update.
this.
We're updating constantly.
But my suggestion is, and other towns have done this, is we can put a fee of $1 per dog to help offset the cost for the
Oh,
town.
absolutely. No.
No, we just took a dollar fee off. Why tack a dollar fee?
Because it costs.
Take it off the people who don't get their tax bills, but put it on the people that are loving and caring for animals.
That's renewals.
It
Charge the dogs specifically.
costs the
Woman.
town money
wait a
to
minute.
license these dogs, which is required by the state of New Hampshire.
We have the police doing the work, too.
Yeah.
We got time to discuss this later at another time.
Okay, I just want you
You're
to
not going to
think
get a
about
decision
this.
on this.
Oh, I know.
I'll think about it.
Only
Trust
a
me.
dollar?
I would like to
Will a dollar
incorporate
cover
those.
it? Will a dollar cover it?
No.
Oh, don't go there. Don't
Won't
even
cover it.
go there.
Hey, I'm all about dogs, but I don't want it to cost the taxpayers who don't own dogs more money, and the people who own the dog should pay the fee.
But the people who don't own a dog are protected by those dogs that
I
are
agree, I
licensed.
agree
Yeah,
wholeheartedly.
because they
And why
have
don't we
their
go after the
rabies.
people that don't? I mean, this town has
Okay.
historically not gone after people that don't pay the fee.
Yes,
they
I do.
should
We're
go
going
after
now. You kidding me? My list is dwindled. I've been attacking this for a couple of years now. And actually, we got in touch with the chief today. He's going to give us an update on how, because they're supposed to have those civil forfeitures all served.
Yep,
And I'm going to have some more for him.
yep.
Until this year, I've always owned a dog, and I paid,
Okay.
I bought my little fire
All right,
hydrant and
so-
whatever, and
I'll get the rest of the information. We can all sit up here with the senator?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, yeah, you're going to speak to the senator too, right?
Yeah, I'm going to sit up here with
I'm
you
sure
all.
you have a few words.
love dogs. But whatever it costs for the program, those people,
Senator, it's nice to see you.
I personally
Santino?
should pay it.
Sandy Plessner, Catherine Dawson,
Any day?
Norm Boudreau,
How do you do, Senator?
and Joe Jessman.
And Cindy Reinhardt.
Counts. Chocolate in case you need it.
Oh,
They put it in front of me
have
just
lunch, so I'll take that.
Dig in.
So I just wanted to come out just basically to listen to you guys say hello. I apologize for not getting out during the session. I was trying to make it to all the towns and just didn't. I just ran out of time, scheduling wise. So I apologize for that.
Oh, we talked to Mr. Sanborn, Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
He's a heck of a guy.
Here again. He won't.
Oh, yeah, he will. Oh, did he?
Well, this isn't his district. so
What a
he's got-
coward. He told me, looking right in the eye, and said, I'll come back anytime you invite me. And now
Oh, he
says
was going
won't.
to come back and talk about his bill.
Right.
I guess we know that
Well,
we were right and he was wrong.
Well, the bill passed.
It did. We're not happy about it.
Well, keep in touch with me on that in terms of making sure you guys are getting the money, because I wouldn't have supported it if I didn't feel like you were. That was done differently, like, people have compared it to the registration for boats. In that case, the state was collecting it and coming back out, and then they kept more and more of it. The state doesn't touch this to begin with.
Yeah, but those were fees.
Yeah.
Those weren't taxes. Yeah, those were
Right.
fees. So we have a third party collecting taxes for a municipality, which we never gave them authorization. The selectmen
Well,
never
the
gave them
law
authorization.
doesn't give that authorization. How can the Senate and the legislature vote to violate the laws of the state of New Hampshire by allowing a third party to collect municipal taxes? That's my question.
Yeah. Well,
I asked that of Bill Gardner, too.
What did he have to say?
He was going to check it out.
And then they have the option to float that money for 21 days. if we don't give them electronic access, which I don't know whether the selectmen are going to want to give
Right.
access to automobile dealerships.
No, why would we breach our security
So,
to do that?
I mean, so they're going to be doing this for a year, and I foresee them just shoving it down our throats, which I don't.
And you guys are not one of the test ones, I imagine, right?
I hope not.
Good guess. No wonder you're a senator.
I hope not.
I would not go near it, no. No.
I was concerned about how come the towns didn't get to choose, but the dealers got to choose? Is that what
Yeah.
the thing was? That
Yeah,
seemed
it's-
unusual.
Did you read the bill?
Yeah, it's, the argument for that is, you have to have enough towns in the system for it to be worthwhile for them, because they're going to create all the software on their dime.
Yeah, worthwhile for them and not the towns, and it's going to cost us more money, especially with audits.
I'd like to know how it helps the consumer.
Well,
They're
this
going to
helps
pay
it-
that extra fee?
Well, the extra fee is fairly small, should be fairly small. It's disclosed
up
up
to
front.
hundreds
They
of
don't have
bucks.
to pay it, they don't have to register their cars there. If they do, then they have the option of folding the registration fee into the loan, which can help some people buy a car that maybe you could argue normally shouldn't. You could argue that normally they couldn't buy the car, and this helps them to get a car. So
Won't even go
a little bit
there.
of convenience too.
But then it's going to also
And then they
cost
pay
the state more
25% on
money.
it.
That's the
to
mindset
mail
that
out
caused the
those plates
economic
for those
crisis we're in.
Because the automobile dealerships, and that was the big thing that brought this up. They came forth saying that the cardboard plates are not being, the police don't know who's got these cardboard plates. And now they're going to be walking out of the automobile dealerships with cardboard plates because the motor vehicle is not going to give them plates.
Right, and they'll get
to give
mailed.
out. So the state's going to have to mail out plates. So there's more money that the state's going to have to pay.
Yeah, I asked about that, and I suppose the cost of that is covered and is small. But,
So let's talk about Senate Bill 129,
oh, okay, sure.
Yes.
unfunded mandates.
Yeah, so
Gotta love 'em.
tell me first about the unfunded mandate issue. What is? I know you guys would have to be open for 3 days. While if there are people that cast provisional ballots, to give them the opportunity to come in and present their ID. It's not really mandated in the legislation, but I think a town is probably going to want to be open during that time.
What I read, and the veto from Governor Lynch was great. His press release was great. I don't know if you got a chance to see it.
I started reading it, and then somebody interrupted me. I read the
Yeah.
first half of it.
And I don't always agree with the governor, but this I agree with him 100%. I sent it all to you all
Yep.
on the email. This disenfranchises a lot of our voters, especially our elderly that don't drive, that don't have photo IDs, that will come to an election that's never had to bring ID, that knows everyone, and they'll come in and you're not going to be able to use that machine today. I'm going to put your ballot in an envelope.
Right.
And you've got 3 days to get somebody to drive you down to Concord, because even if they have an ID from being in a nursing home, they can't
No,
use it.
they have to have, and
Yeah,
how
it's
much does that ID
state, federal.
cost?
Yeah.
Well, the ID can be supplied at no cost. No cost to them.
So our
because you
elderly-
can't make them pay a fee to vote.
Yeah, but they have to
So-
get down to Concord to be
Right,
able to do it
right.
within that 3 days, and then get to
Well,
me.
they don't have to get it within 3 days. They can get it anytime.
For the,
Right, but, once they learn about it,
But if they
because I
don't know
can
about
see
it, they
some
show
of
up at the
our-
polls and then, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of the provisional ballots. I
That's good
voted,
to hear.
I was one of the handful of Republicans that voted against concurring with the House version. I did at the time say that I would support overriding the veto, even if we concurred with the House version. But people brought up the unfunded mandate issue.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, I'm still trying to figure that one out, because I've talked to one town, they say, well, if they have to be open those 3 days, they can't charge extra. It's all just included. So it's more time for the town clerk,
Absolutely.
but it doesn't cost any more money.
Well, you have to have, here,
Well, you have to be
have at least
staffed.
2 people here.
Right.
Because of safety. Then the moderator would have to come in also. Now, his time is worth money also.
Moderator has to come in
And
to
it's-
count them, right?
Right,
Yeah.
it's got to be
At the end
noticed.
of 3 days, yeah.
okay? So the public can come in. So then when we open them up, if I have one provisional ballot, I'm
Then
going
you know
to
who's
read the
got it, yeah.
results. There's no secret ballot
Right,
anymore.
right.
And I think that's terrible.
Right.
I truly do.
Right.
I agree that, it'd be great to have voter cards, but, or, picture IDs or whatever, but we need to think about it and not, I just don't think this is the right legislation.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Senate version was a reasonable compromise because nobody got turned away. If you didn't have your ID, you got your picture taken, signed an affidavit. That way, if there was fraud, you could follow up on it. But
Why was it felt? Why did the Senate feel that we had to correct something that wasn't broken?
Yeah, it's working for
We have
well.
ElectionNet. We have
Yeah, it's
all
not-
of these things in place now that we didn't have before, and it's outstanding. It works.
I think it
So-
works great in a town like this.
Why we-
I've talked to people that they go in to vote, and their husband, who's been dead for several years, has voted, and they have voted. So it's not an issue. It is an issue. It may not be a big issue. It may not be widespread.
The
but
larger towns.
But those things are caught.
Yeah, they are.
No, she pushed this to prosecute or to find out, and just nobody was ever caught. I mean,
No, I mean, we know about those things, those anomalies.
right?
They
I think
occur. We
yeah,
discover them. They
right.
don't go undiscovered. It's when they go undiscovered that it creates a problem.
When a voter in a town passes away, doesn't that information find
Yes.
its way to the supervisors of the checklist so that that person's name can be removed?
Not necessarily in a timely fashion. But
Not in a timely,
no,
right.
because what I would do as town clerk is run I'm sorry, Joe, I have my back to you. I would run a resident death report out of vital records, like I just did now for the supervisors because they're doing the purge.
Right.
So they're supposed to find out when somebody dies.
There's a
Yeah, but it's
housekeeping.
not, it's not monthly. It's
There are
every
housekeeping processes that go on, that take place with ElectionNet.
Yeah, but don't they have to kind of make sure that their checklist is up to date before any kind of an election? So that, as up to date as it can be, and that would include who may have passed away?
It's
Yes.
involving.
Those
If you
processes
think
take
about us
place.
with just a few thousand, can you think about Manchester or Nashua or
Right.
Say-
and
So that's why I say it's
agree.
not really an issue in small towns. It is an issue, especially in the southern tier.
Yeah.
So it's not an issue,
Right.
but we need to do it. We need to do it correctly.
Right, I could see doing a picture ID, but you know what?
There's
If
always
if
going to be error. We're human.
A person works at the hospital, they have a picture ID,
right?
you know?
Right.
I know
But
the
that can't be
person.
used, yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
Nothing.
State, federal,
State and
or
federal.
driver's license. Yeah.
Yes.
So now we have the elderly that don't have a driver's license that really can't go to the PD and get a.
No, they have to go down to the state.
They have to go down. You have to get somebody
go to
drive them
Concord.
down and get an ID. Panic sets in because they have to drive down to Concord to begin with. That's instant panic to a lot of seniors. Finding a ride is panic enough. Now you've put two panics on a senior citizen. And then going through the whole ordeal of getting the picture taken and all of that, and then coming back and all of that. That's a whole big ordeal. And then remembering that ID when they go to vote. Remembering to vote is good enough, but to remember to carry your ID to go to vote is now you're putting an extra burden on our seniors, a tremendous
haven't done
burden.
for 60
And we
years.
have a great population of seniors that vote.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the
Well,
seniors are
We
the
do.
first ones out.
And all of this because a very small percentage of the election process isn't perfect. And you're not going to get 100%.
But I wonder too if it's like the last couple of years, we're getting more and more voters that will come to the polls to vote.
Yeah.
Now you start putting hassles on them, and why aren't they just going to say, well, I never voted before and I started to vote, I said, I'm not going to put up with this, and just they don't come.
Yeah. I think we're going from one extreme to the next.
We're not improving the system.
I think we need to do a middle.
I think that, right.
Well,
We're doing is a signed
the Senate-
affidavit right now.
Yeah, the Senate version was, I thought, a good middle of the road. It was signed affidavit if you don't have an ID, and then take a picture. In that way, like you said, and the pictures would have been paid for by HAVA funds, so it was not an unfunded
And we
mandate.
could do that at the election?
You do that at the election. Everybody votes. that day, no
And it
matter
would all
what.
be, they wouldn't be provisional ballots.
Yeah, it's not perfect in the sense of somebody could, not have ID and not be the person they say and still vote.
Right.
But at the same time, well, you've got an affidavit and you've got their picture, so
Right.
you can prosecute them.
Right.
That's workable,
So-
absolutely.
But that's not the bill that's in front
That's
of us.
not the bill.
The
No,
bill
it's
that's in
not.
front of us is
Yeah,
not
well,
this.
so there was a Senate version, then the House amended it, and the Senate, much to my surprise, concurred with the House version. I thought we were going to, because we looked at provisional ballots, and we ruled them out of the question for these reasons, but, so anyway, so that's what it is. So anyway, I'm trying to figure out what I want to do on the veto. That's why I wanted to get around to talk to people. I've sat down with Bill Gardner for an hour on the subject.
He's a nice man.
Yep.
Yes, he is.
What a smart man.
If you guys can get together like an estimate of what you think provisional ballots will cost the town, that would be pretty useful. Like if you're paying the moderator to come in, you said you have 2 staff that have to come in. If you have any of that information, if you can give me any of that information, because for me, having said that I was going to vote to override the veto, I feel compelled to keep my word unless there's a constitutional issue with the bill, and if it's an unfounded mandate, then there is, according to 28A. So any information you get me on that would be very useful.
Why would you promise a vote before it's taken? Before you're out gathering, information, and you said you promised to override the veto, and now
Well-
you're out gathering information. That seems redundant. Wouldn't you gather the information first and then make your decision on what you're going to do?
Yes, the thing I wanted, so when the vote happened, I knew how it was going to go. So, when I spoke against the House version, I wanted to be clear to say that I do support photo ID. I just don't support this version of it. So, while the bill wasn't perfect, I plan to support overriding the veto. In hindsight, yeah, I should have kept my mouth shut. I should have.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm learning. It's my first year out.
Okay.
And in hindsight, I should have said, if you concur with the House version, I will not support the veto. I will not support overriding the veto. But live and learn.
I think just the fact that it's not a secret ballot anymore.
Right.
Depending on how many people cast provisional
Absolutely.
ballots, yeah.
Absolutely.
Right.
And the fact of the matter is, on absentee ballots, nobody's showing any ID. I get a lot of absentee ballots.
And how are they going to do, how does that work into the overseas version of the ballots? When they come in, the absentee ballots, when they come in, that there's no
Yeah, there's-
IDs on them?
No, there isn't. That's what I was just talking about.
Absentee
Yeah, there
ballots
isn't.
don't have identification.
So there's
You just
Right.
go by the
Yeah.
checklist.
Yep, and I'm
But I could see having a voter card or a picture at the polls.
Right.
Not making somebody not be able to have their vote counted, not having the results of an election that night. I mean,
Yeah, having to
that's
wait several
crazy.
days for the
I
results of an
still think
election.
that is huge in our community, to make sure that all of our senior citizens are taken care of and they understand that they have to get an ID before they go out to vote, and they have to, or maybe they should come to each individual town and have their ID pictures taken at a certain day. Maybe that would be easier on our senior citizens, but to have to go through, I mean, a lot of our senior citizens are mobile, but there's quite a bit that are not, because we know with our committee, we'll be carting them down back and forth to Concord. I think that's really unfair, really unfair. For what? A picture? We all know who, we all knew who they are.
Yeah, could you
I
see,
mean, come on, they've been in the
so
community
coming
for
in
75
after
years.
75 years of voting here and not having...
Who are
picture
you?
ID?
And now we need a picture ID?
Yeah.
These are, I'm sorry, Mrs. Smith, these are the
voted
signs
on
of the
like that.
times. Come on.
the bill doesn't really allow for that kind of
No.
a situation.
Too often.
I was born in
we-
Tilton. I was born in Tilton, raised in Tilton. My children were born in Tilton, raised in Tilton. And now you're telling me I need a picture ID to vote.
I used to be a selectman, but I don't have a picture ID, so I can't vote.
So, yeah.
Smacks of the poll tax. You have to do something before you can vote. Whether it's pay $10 to the town, or drive to Concord and give them money, or even wait around for your light, whatever it is. If it imposes those kind of restrictions on the residents, I can't be in favor of it.
My mother is 87. She has never held a driver's license in her life. My mother is one of these people that you don't want on the road, you know, and...
He's right, you know.
And, oh, yeah. And, you know,
love
so
you,
she has to now, we now have to cart her somewhere to get a picture ID just so she can vote. Matter of fact, in the last, I think it was the 2010 election, the vote from Tilton was held up because another woman of the same name voted in Hooksett, only the middle initial was different. And the state required verification that
They weren't
she
the
was
same
who she
person.
was.
But you know the real oxymoron of this? I've been, never mind how many years I've been voting. I don't have to produce an ID. When I registered to vote, I don't have to have a photo ID, but now all of a sudden, I'm going to walk in there and vote, not producing any ID, but these people will have to.
Oh, you'll have to too.
You'll have to too.
It'll be
So-
law.
You can't get a ballot. It says here you can't get a ballot without a
I
So
would have-
every
photo
person
ID.
going to vote is
If you're
going to
going to
have
do it, you
to
have to do
produce
it
an ID.
fairly. Yeah. If you're going to do it, you have to do it fairly.
Everybody,
Yes,
Catherine, everybody.
I haven't read the, as you can see, I haven't read the whole law.
Yeah, I just don't think it's...
I thought this was just for people that, that's ridiculous.
I think that, yeah.
Well, like I said,
it could be
if
better.
you know, my understanding is veto override day is going to be sometime in the fall.
makes
So if
me
you can get me
madder.
data on what the town might, according to that bill, to keep, you know, to keep.
And these other,
The other issues are important, but to me, the constitutional issue is the biggest one. Like I said, because I do support having a photo ID, and these other things are imperfections that make me maybe not like it as much, but you know, I said I was going to override the veto, so the constitutional issue is the really big one for me.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in South Carolina, then Virginia, then in the military, all over the place.
So you're used to producing IDs and photos and...
Well, I am, but I also went to the Soviet Union as a kid, and I'm not a big fan of how they do things over there. They used to have a ID that you had to always have with you and could be asked for at any time, so I'm sensitive to the privacy concerns.
I just think that smacks of here we are in New Hampshire, live free or die, and you're saying you can't move around here unless you have a photo ID. It just really smacks of
I think that
a
all-
huge unfunded mandate.
Pretty soon the microchips
Just the
are gonna come
idea
out.
of making me hold something in line just for my right to vote. It just smacks of...
Well, in the forms of ID this is another one that I don't like. The forms of ID are all government forms of ID. It's a state, federal, or driver's license. There's no private option.
I should have to produce those when I register to vote. Once I register to vote, the supervisors, the checklist, and those people that are checking me in should know who I am.
But at the same time as all that,
And
we
if
do
they
need to prevent fraud.
don't know who I am, then you should
But
get new
this isn't
people
going to
that are at
prevent
that...
fraud? This is not going to prevent fraud. You can't sit here
well,
and
it
say...
should lower it.
To what
It's still
what
going to
percentage
happen.
do we have of fraud now?
Right.
It's very small.
Right,
So
and-
we're going to reduce the fraud by what, half that, which is
And you're
probably
going
going
to
to be
cost
what?
all this hardship for all these
They're
people.
both minute figures. It's
particularly the
ridiculous.
elderly, particularly the disabled. You're going to cause all this hardship for the sake of this very, very small percentage of people that can't run their voting booths up, with a small percentage of fraud.
We too often try to improve things and the hardship and inconvenience of our citizens.
Yeah, why not keep this as a veto from the governor, vote to veto, keep the veto, and then introduce better
Well, that's the option.
next year?
That's the option we're looking at.
Not throw in
See, but I'm
something
careful now
that's-
because of what she said. She says, don't say how you're going to vote
Exactly.
until you've really talked to everybody.
There you go.
So I'm not going to say I'm going to vote until I've talked to
very
everybody.
wise.
But I think that would be a perfect, solution right now, because this is just too encumbrant.
The state is passing too many hardships down on the town, and that means the taxpayers, who we see firsthand. And unfortunately, the general court members don't.
Yeah. I mean, just the SB, what is it, 156, the automobile dealerships.
What about
That's
gas
going to cost
tax?
us money. That's going to cost this town money. Whether it costs the state money, they say it's not, but we all know it had a fiscal note on it, and it didn't even go through finance, it went right to the governor.
Oh, it did
So he
go through
could sign.
finance.
Not the last time it didn't,
Oh, yes, it did, because I
skipped
voted
it.
twice. It went through finance. In the Senate. I don't know about the House.
the House. Yeah, it skipped it. Yeah.
Well, what about the monies that we were promised for the road projects, and then we're not going to get the road projects now? What about that?
Well, that's not a done deal yet. I mean, we pulled the auto registration fee because it was supposed to sunset and felt it was important to keep that promise to sunset it.
Explain that for me.
So the $30 registration
Yes.
fee was supposed to stop in June, and we just let it. We passed a bill, I mean, the bill, I think, had it, and I don't remember what happened in the end, but the bill had it maybe a month or two earlier, but it was going to sunset in June.
Okay.
But the governor wanted to keep it going. We thought it was important that they said this was going to be a temporary tax. It needs to be a temporary tax. The other thing, too, about that fee is that hits the towns. It hits the townspeople. It doesn't hit the people from Massachusetts driving on the roads. It doesn't hit the people from Maine or Vermont driving on the roads. The other thing, too, is that hits the people at the town level, but you guys were only getting a third of that money back.
We're not getting any of it back.
Yeah, but the people aren't paying it either. But yes. But so, no, we need to look at the transportation department as a whole to see how we can make sure these projects get funded. The stuff on the 10-year list.
It's just like vital records. They just rolled back vital records marriage licenses from $50 back to $45.
Oh, we already promised this money?
Why? I mean,
We
people have no
were
problem
promised
paying
money
$50 for a marriage
10
license.
years
Well,
ago
and
that we're
that's-
still waiting for.
That's one. There was a number of fee, rollbacks.
99 is
You look at
sitting
the
on
total
the
number of
site.
that. It's not a significantly big number, but we thought it was important to at least show we're trying to move in that direction of rolling back some of these fees. Because I mean, we had over 100 tax and fee increases over the last 4 years. And so we drew a line in
this.
this.
Came in.
Yeah, we drew the line in the sand and said we're not going to increase any fees, any taxes. And ideally, we'd like to roll some back. Because of the economy, we weren't able to roll back hardly anything. But we thought the ones that we could, we should.
But now all these programs are stopping because there's not a lot of funding going on, and all the,
We restored funding to mental health. That was one of the big ones that was very sensitive.
But now
Yeah.
we've also, the towns all across the state have had the state's part of the retirement dumped on us.
Well, and right, at the same time, the House and the Senate passed the retirement reform that should, based on based on the reforms in there, the different retirement ages, and then also the increase in employee contributions, the town shouldn't see a tax impact.
$29,000 from now till the end of the year.
They haven't recalculated the rates.
$80,000 will be this town's impact next
They
year.
haven't recalculated the rates based on the reforms.
Well, the information that I have in front of me calculated in the last day or two, our finance officer makes us responsible for $24 short of 30 grand between now and the end of this year.
that's on top of the
$80,000.
64,000 that he already put in the budget anticipating. So it's upwards of $85,000 that it's going to cost us.
It's going to cost us something, man.
$300 a month.
I mean,
And that's real bucks to
right. Well,
Trust me on
here's and to that point, this is what I did. I mean, I was pushing to get back towards the 25%. The money wasn't there. So when it was time to vote on the budget, a number of us said we want to make sure that the towns are made whole on retirement. We were being told that based on the reforms, the towns shouldn't be paying extra 2011 over what they paid in 10. But we wanted more of a guarantee of that. And so what got written into the budget was that if the towns aren't made whole by the reforms, in other words, if their rates go up, that the fiscal committee can authorize expenditures towards the towns to cover the difference.
So we can send our bill to you guys.
That's right.
Outstanding.
Oh, and that's going to get
candy
paid
area.
just like the DES money
get
we've been
that?
standing around waiting for 2 projects.
Don't count on
One
it,
is
Joe.
10 years old, and we're still waiting for that money.
Joe's new in this
We're going to
business.
send a
so-
bill
But-
to
but-
the
but-
state and
but-
Yeah, I
expect to
believe
get
everything I
paid.
hear.
But in all honesty, no, but that's the legislative
I'm
committee.
sorry,
the
I'm
legislative,
chuckling.
No, that's the legislative fiscal committee.
She doesn't chuckle much either.
And, no, I mean, they're going to recalculate these rates in a couple of months. See what they do. If you guys are having problems, I want you to give me a call. And
Oh, golly, yes.
Just know that.
and there was money set aside for doing that.
All we know is that this year it's $80,000 more than what we put in the budget for it.
And we have an extremely lean budget.
Well, let me back up.
That's according to our
All right,
calculations anyway.
Let me back up to give the bigger story on this. So the governor's budget came out that there was the cut to the 25% state contribution. School building aid was cut to 40% of existing projects. So if you had an existing project, you're only going to get 40% of your money. Tuition and transportation aid was eliminated. Catastrophic aid, I think, was eliminated. No, it was cut severely. The House restored the school building aid to 100% of existing projects. Catastrophic aid, they greatly restored that. And then when it came over to the Senate, we restored the tuition and transportation aid, which was big for the Hewitt Center around here. Retirement, the House put in like $4.6 million. They didn't put in the full 25%. They put in $4.6 million. The Senate set aside some money like that. And then with the retirement reforms, the calculations we're seeing predicted are that the town shouldn't get hit with that. So we've worked really hard. The governor's budget was really going to hit the towns hard, and we've worked really hard to try to eliminate that. That the retirement is the one last outstanding question. Like I said, we put into the budget the ability for the legislature to the fiscal committee. It doesn't have to go through, the executive branch or anything. The fiscal committee can authorize expenditures to make the towns whole. Let's see.
Wonder what mountains we're going to have to leap over.
I know. I think the vote.
yeah.
No, look. I mean, you look at all the other things we did. I mean, we cut drastically at the state level, but we restored all the school funding, and the school funding formula is the same as 2011. I mean, 2011 is the same as 2010. We didn't make cuts on that, so we understand that cuts to state aid are an increase in property taxes.
Are you aware that the amount of money, for example, that the town of Tilton pays in, we're in a district with 2 other communities, the amount of money that the town of Tilton pays into the district, if they don't use it all up, their monies, leftover monies don't roll over into general fund, they send it back to the community. Do you understand that the town of Tilton doesn't get what they put back in because of the formula that the Board of Education uses? So when you talk about school funding,
Get what they put back in.
okay, if we, I don't know what our budget is, I should, but that's written down. Let's say we have $500,000 left over in the budget, and Tilton's is $200,000 of that. Because of the formula the Department of Education uses to pay those monies back to the community, Tilton may get $50,000 back.
Okay. I
And
need to know-
another community will get our portion.
Right.
So when you talk
That's
about
the funding formula for returning that, not
But
the
when you-
state aid funding formula.
It doesn't
right?
matter. When you're talking about
Well,
school funding, that plays a role.
Well,
It plays a role for us.
Get me more information on that.
Because that
if
just
there's-
happened here in our district, because there was over $600,000 in surplus.
And you guys got hosed?
And
We get hosed every year
Well,
when there's a surplus.
Get me
Every
information on
year.
that. I'm
Get the
happy
monies back. It
yeah,
went
I'm happy
back to other
take a-
communities.
Yeah, I'm
But
happy
when,
to take a
all
look
I'm
at that.
saying is, when you're making those decisions down there, these are the types of things you need to know. How is Tilton impacted
Well, and that's why I'm here.
by our district?
Right.
Yeah, but where have you been?
Fair enough.
we're a rough crowd here.
Fair enough. Well, Hosmer's right down the street.
I'm looking at,
Spending all his time here.
I've been looking at the bills that you've sponsored and stuff, and I'm like, well, you didn't,
Co-sponsored, yeah.
well, your name's
Yeah.
on them. I'm like, well, you didn't call us about that one. You didn't call us about that one. That certainly affects us. You didn't call us about that one. And I'm not sure why you think people should be able to carry concealed weapons. That one really threw me.
Article 2A. The New Hampshire Constitution.
And one of my favorites is 10, but do you really want to see me down there?
And at the federal or?
New Hampshire State Constitution. You want to see me down there with my rifle protesting about unfair and unjust government? The right to revolution?
Yeah,
Down there
Sure.
in a second.
you can join me.
But that's my question when I looked at these, is why would you not contact, and maybe not specifically the Board of Selectmen in Tilton, but the governing bodies of the communities
Well, and I
that you
have,
serve
and-
to get input
Yeah,
from these?
no, and I have, and I
You certainly don't
apologize for
respond to
making
emails.
It's really nice to get our emails, and then let us know what is up and coming, and
Let me give you my other email, because the problem with the legislative one is like, people send these bulk emails, and we get 500 emails,
So if
and then other
you better
emails get
write
buried.
it down rather than speak it out, because this is broadcasted.
Yeah, so it's, well, I don't care, that's okay.
Yeah, and heaven forbid the resident should have
No,
access
that's
to
fine,
his
Jim,
email,
it's
right?
Well,
Jim.
he'll have the same problem with this email. he
No.
does with
Yeah, I guess.
No, it's only the people paying attention, which is the people
You'd be surprised.
You weren't on the bill to take the interest rates down, were you, on taxes?
No, I voted against that.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
And that was
You were
based,
down there fighting for that.
yes, that was based on town clerk input, yes.
Yes.
Oh,
And-
yes.
And selectmen
Yes,
input.
you did vote against that one.
Can I see your list?
Sure, I was looking.
Very active.
I was looking for the one, though,
So-
that you sponsored about lowering fees and taxes.
Oh.
Eliminating various taxes and fees, House Bill 646, various taxes and fees, and I actually printed part of that one off.
Yeah, that one, I mean,
I was a little surprised.
yeah, that was an odd one. I mean, that,
You know, and what surprises
given
me,
this-
here we
given-
are with the state, and they're screaming, they don't have enough money, and they don't have enough money. Yeah. Oh, maybe I read it and I didn't printed it. And
I
but
think they
yet,
have plenty of money.
you're dropping these fees, and
Yeah, that's what.
I mean, I'm a very frustrated member
It's
of
like, how
this.
can you balance the budget if you're cutting revenue sources?
Well,
And then-
we didn't really cut revenue sources. I mean, there was the tobacco tax. There's a lot of debate about the tobacco tax, about when it was raised, it decreased revenues. There's a lot of people saying that lowering it will increase revenues. And we put in there, the one that eventually got passed, we put in there a sunset clause that says if revenues go down, then the tax goes back up.
Why would we want people to smoke more?
I
The
think
tax is not about stopping people from smoking.
But
If
the
you don't want them to
revenues would come
smoke,
up.
but no, they've gone down. They've gone down.
we
And
call it a
and we want the
luxury.
Southern
We
tier to
call
get
it a
business.
luxury tax in New Hampshire because
Sure.
it's not a necessity. You don't have to smoke.
Yeah.
So
So why
we-
would you set
we feel
that tax
okay
at a
about
level where you
taxing
start
people
losing
who
money
drink
to other
alcohol and
states?
smoke.
That might mean that they're not buying as many cigarettes.
Right.
Yeah, that's how I took it.
If your goal is social engineering to stop people from smoking, I agree. Raise the taxes to $20.
I don't want you
but
to
that's not
start
my goal.
social engineering anything. Thank you very much,
What's that?
Senator. Don't start social
No, that's what I'm
engineering
saying. I
anything
mean-
through tax policy.
No, that's my
Thank you
point.
very
is that
much.
The taxes on cigarettes should be set
If you
reasonably.
think that ultimately
cover
we
the
get
cost
more
associated
tax
with it.
money as a result of that, fine. Doesn't work out like that, take
Right.
it under advisement, right?
Right, which is why I voted to decrease the tax.
We'll see how it works out in a year, right?
Right, and it's sunsetted. If it decreases revenues, the decrease will go away.
I do have a question about one of these. House Bill 340, it was inexpedient to legislate, okey dokey, but why would you give an abatement from education taxes for parents of children not enrolled in the public school system? I have no children in the public school system. Why don't I get an abatement?
Yeah. And that's why that one failed, is because of that issue.
They've
Sounds
tried
like a-
before.
But in
No-brainer.
principle, I mean, I'm definitely a strong believer of school choice, that, you know, that the public education dollars that are spent should follow the kid to whatever school they go to. That was an imperfect solution to that, and we're looking at,
But that bill's been thrown out there.
right.
And
But
it
we've-
never passes
Oh, we've-
because nobody really sits down and looks at all the parameters and
Well,
angles of it.
And we've gone back and we've spent the last several months looking at the tax credit idea, getting people from other states that have done it successfully, and we know how to do it now.
Potentially,
Put
that
that
sends
forward
money to parochial schools, doesn't it?
Private
And why
schools.
wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, that's the nice thing about a tax credit, is you're not taking the money to begin with. because you're not taking money to begin with, there's a recent Supreme Court case that said that's not tax dollars. It's the private citizen's money, and therefore, the Blaine Amendment to New Hampshire Constitution doesn't apply. So,
Anything coming up we need to know about?
well, the next step coming up is the veto overrides, and I think 129 seems to be the one you guys care about, and we've talked about. There's not many other ones on there. And then the next thing is just any kind of legislation you want to see for next session. And the thing about, you should get me some information on the money coming back to Tilton unfairly for the education surplus.
Boy, am I going
That's
to
gotta
give
be-
your email to Tim.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's got to be
That's
something
been a
in
sore
statute, I would
spot
think.
for a while.
I don't know if it's in statute
It's
or by
not
DOE
in
rules. or-
statute, it's from the Department of Education. We've been kind of trying to chase it down, and boy, I'll tell you, when you call them up down there, you get the door slammed in your face.
Well, but that is one nice thing about being on the Senate side is we can call them up and they'll
Yeah.
actually meet
I
with
was
us.
going to take a trip down there. But in the state of New Hampshire, we have RSAs, but then within those RSAs, we allow the Department of Revenue,
Rulemaking.
Department of Motor Vehicles, and DES to make their own, which have the effect of law.
And there's legislative oversight of that through the GELCAR committee. But there was
But they just really kind of, okay. Unless it's really unreasonable, but most of them aren't.
I think that's been true in the past. I'm hoping that's gotten a little bit better, but I'm not sure. It's hard because
It's a
these
big
rules
monster to fix.
These rules they're thick, and it's a hard job. Yeah. There was one bill. I don't know if it went forward this year. Yeah, I think it did. Passed. Is you can't through rules increase a tax or a fee. So that was a law that we passed that says you can't do
But
that.
you're kind of, you kind of have that with your unfunded mandate. Yeah, that's a good one.
Because, DRA was doing that a lot through jail cars. They'd crank up a fee or whatever through rules.
Maybe he could make a rule that fence viewers are no longer.
The what?
It's up to no good.
There is a
Fence viewers.
there's a law
Yeah,
on the
it
books.
is.
It's still in the state of New Hampshire.
For fence viewers.
And it comes from colonization times.
Yeah, you don't know.
Fence
And
viewers?
Fence viewers.
What's a fence view? Like sitting on a
When-
fence and looking?
Boundary dispute.
Yeah, it comes from the 1600s. It comes from the infancy of this country when you have two landowners
Yeah.
with a
With a dispute.
common boundary, and they have a dispute. They can call out the fence viewers.
Right.
And we were called out, and I was like, "Are you kidding?"
That's funny.
And we've had this
And
ongoing
it has
dispute.
it's the scary thing in today's world with surveyors and civil court and whatnot. We really have some authority there to determine where a boundary
According
is.
to the RSA.
And that really shouldn't be taking place.
Well, there's a law that forbade moving pictures on a train. That was eliminated a couple years ago.
Eliminated.
That to get rid of.
Yeah.
Yeah, we really shouldn't have fence viewers today.
Fence viewers with the technology and the surveying and everything else, that statute shouldn't, and we were requested to have that last year.
It's on the books, we had to
Residents,
comply.
and we had to comply because it's an RSA on the book. What is it, RSA 70?
I don't remember that one.
Well, if you want to do anything with regards to that one, let me know.
Yeah, they
Get
wanna-
rid of
they wanna get rid of
it!
it.
Eliminate fence viewer
Repeal it.
requirements.
Send me the details.
We
the House-
really don't need a 300-plus-year-old law like that on
Yeah.
the
You
books.
see these guys sitting on the fence?
Because the House
Cold beer
can't
and a
submit
barbecue,
legislation
you
anymore.
bet.
Their window for legislation closed, so it's just the Senate now.
Last time I was out there, I was on the main.
And November is the deadline.
Do you have
Sometime
your
in
book?
November.
Do you have your book, the RSA?
I got
Okay.
the index.
Because the RSA is very, very explicit, that we had to actually appoint fence viewers. We actually had to go out and say, okay, do you agree this is the pin? Okay, we had to measure. Do you agree this is the pin? Yeah, okay. And
It's funny.
then it all fell apart after we left.
Didn't you have to do it a couple of times?
It's not over with. Fence viewers.
It's still pending.
47317. Oh, we get compensation and salaries.
Yeah. $1. No, $2. I think it's $2.
$4.73.
Yes, where is our $2? We should have put in for it.
You know, I would ask you, like I said, I looked through your record and what you've supported. Some of them I agree with you, and some of them I just look at and think, the consideration of how that impacts the towns and the taxpayers. I mean, really, the decisions the general court makes in Concord all rolls down to us.
Right. Well, and
And you know, when the state is balancing its budget, it really isn't considering that. It really isn't.
no, it is.
I mean, when you spend, not you, when the state spends, what, $14 million redesigning and rebuilding the Hampton Beach guard station and bathrooms, and here we have people that will not be able to heat their homes this winter.
Right.
I'm sorry, that was not necessary. The other one was usable. It may have been a little Art Deco and outdated because it was from the 20s and 30s,
Right.
but it was usable. We didn't need to spend $14 million. We could have used that $14 million to subsidize elderly people who this winter will go cold.
Right. And we have them right here in Tilton.
We have people losing their homes. And I mean, it's ridiculous that we're spending money like that. And people would say, well, $14 million, that's not much. It's huge. For people without heat, that's huge.
I mean, we'd be going door to door to get air conditioning for our elderly in HUD housing. I mean, there are people with oxygen tanks and the weather. And we've got a lot of.
Well, and I think that's something the Senate did well. I mean, when the House budget came over, there was a lot of cuts to programs like that, and
Yes.
the Senate came in and tempered that and put a lot
You
of that
didn't
back in.
temper it a lot. I mean, there's still huge cuts, and I find that the elderly are the ones that are getting the cuts. You did a lot of mental health cuts, and then you went back and you put them back in. You did a lot of programs for children and things in the legislature, and so, okay, they met them halfway on that. But the elderly, I don't find you ever meet them halfway. Once it gets cut, they're we have
A specific program cut that you're talking about?
Well, transportation, for one. We had a fight. We had an awful fight here last year on transportation because they took the route because of money from the state. They lost money from funding from the state. They took our route, which was a hospital on one end, and it went through Laconia, and there was shopping on the other end, so they decided they were going to cut this route off with the hospital. And we fought and fought and fought, and we won, and we got the route back, but it doesn't stop at the hospital. They met us halfway. The elderly people have to call in advance, 24 hours, to get a special pickup, and they'll go to the West Side Health Center, but they won't go to
So when
the
did
Franklin
that
Hospital.
happen?
Last year, around this time last year.
Yeah, so that's not a legislative, it's an executive.
So, and there's going to be even further cuts in transportation because transportation is already, because of their funding from their American Elders funding, is not coming through. So there's going to be further cuts on their transportation. So instead of having 2 buses, now they used to have a lot of runs that came through, and the elderly could get on and go to the doctors, go get back on, go do the grocery stop, get back on. Now they have to go to the grocery store, 3.5-hour pickup for them to get back on again. So they have to really think about going to the grocery store. They used to be able to do it all in one day and say, hey, now I've done all that I need to do, I can just go home and relax now. They can't do that. We have an elderly committee here now that provides rides to seniors that can't get to a doctor's or whatever, and we're constantly picking them up now to go to the grocery store because they can't make it to them because of the busing situation. And
Here's a great one. You'll love this one. The buses are operated by the the elderly, right? It's the division for the elderly.
Well, they get
persons or
funding
whatever.
from American Elders.
But
American
if you're a blind person,
Can't ride.
40 years old, you can't ride the bus.
Because it's funded by American Elders, so you have to be senior citizen in order to get on the bus. And she's disabled, she's not a senior. She has a seeing eye dog.
So she can't ride.
My
The bus
husband
can be
can't.
empty and she can't get on it.
My husband can't ride on the bus.
He's
in a
not senior
wheelchair.
citizen, in a wheelchair.
A few years he will
And
be.
it goes right by her house.
So this is a federal program, federally funded?
Because it's federal, American Elders Act, because it's federal, because they're accepting federal monies, they cannot allow
They
this.
call it rural transportation, something or other, I forgot.
Those guys would just leave the money in the towns and,
Well, they leave the money in the state, see, the state accepts the federal money, and they are
but
the
with all
ones
sorts of
that,
strings attached.
they're the ones that manage the money. So the state Department of Transportation is the one that allows community action in the county to have transportation money.
Well, didn't they also take the money that it would have cost to keep that bus going, that extra bus going, and they created a position for somebody to go and market this that they've
To
just
get more
cut?
people to go on the bus.
Isn't that insane?
I sit on the Mid-State Coordinating Council
So they
for the
cut our
transportation,
fund.
for the Department of Transportation.
They cut the busing
And they've given us a 5310 grant, which means that we can pay volunteer drivers a stipend for mileage in order to provide rides to the disabled. So we're paying for a bus with nobody on it, and we're going to pay volunteer drivers to go around and provide the real
But the
rides.
criteria the state's requiring for the 5310, if you've read it, it's huge. It's, you might as well be,
I don't even know how we're going to work
It's
it out. It's
amazing.
good for Concord, it's good for Salem and Nashua, but for a little town like this, how do you have $2 million a driver in liability insurance? What could you possibly do to incur $2 million worth of liability? But you can't get any
if
money.
I want to take
Money
Mrs. Smith
doesn't
to the
take
grocery
much
store,
today.
Come on, Catherine.
if I want to take Mrs. Smith to the grocery store, I have to have classes in order to know if something
And criminal-
happens to
yeah,
Mrs. Smith
yeah.
in the car. I have to have all these classes
It does
before I
take
can
much.
drive
We've
you,
never incurred a
before I
loss,
can
but we're going to have to spend
get
thousands of
13
dollars on
cents a mile
insurance
back
to get hundreds of dollars
to
in
the
funding.
driver incentive. The package is about that thick for each volunteer to fill out. With your insurance, you have to increase it to 2 million liability.
I have to increase my insurance to
If you wanted to get the state reimbursed,
Jocelyn to the,
if you wanted to get state reimbursed monies, which is this much, to do that, and it's
We're
going to cost
working,
you...
we're working with that
It'll
right
cost
now
you
and trying
3
to,
times.
trying to get around
get that
that, but
in
the
your
way it stands right
insurance.
now, that's the way it stands.
Seriously, if you went to your insurance company right now and said, listen, here's the paper that I'm being required because I have an elderly lady down the road that every once in a while I want to take to the grocery store, but the state said that they'll be more than happy to pay me some mileage, but in order for me to get the mileage, I need this on my insurance. How much is it going to cost me on my insurance? The insurance company will say, well, Pat, that's going to cost you another, $300 a year. For what? $20, every month or something for... That's
ridiculous.
It is. We have a huge senior committee here that of volunteers. We have 23 on our committee that are gung-ho trying to help our seniors.
And can't afford to do it.
That's so
and it's
awful.
all
Can't afford to get
volunteer, so-
reimbursed. If they don't bother to get reimbursed, then they're golden. But if they bother to become a part of the program, they're going to price themselves and the elderly and disabled right out of the
Way
market.
out of whack, way out of whack.
I'm on the
can't
committee,
do it.
and I don't even agree
More
with
than
it.
happy
But
to
what are you
pick
going
up
to do?
Mrs. Jones and Mrs. Smith and do what I'm doing right now and pay for the gas and, do it when I can afford to do it, than to go through all of that paperwork that the state's mandating for the 5310, ridership program, than to have to go through all of that and jump through hoops to get the insurance to do that. It's astronomical.
Well, I mean, again, is there anything I can do? I mean, that sounds like a federal program tied in with the state, but if it's setting up...
It's a state
Yeah.
program, the ridership program.
Are they the ones setting all the...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, absolutely.
the state's
It's
doing
the
it, yeah.
state coordinating committee.
If you want to set up a meeting... If
Transportation.
you want me to set up a meeting with those guys to sit down and say, hey, is there something we can do differently because this isn't helping my towns?
Let's just send
You
them...
talked with Mr. Hurley, that would be great, but I don't know if there's anything he can do, because some of this money comes from the federal government,
That's
it
what I know
comes
is
through
what-
him, and they're handcuffed.
Some of the ties may... Yeah.
Because
well,
I've
and
complained already.
Probably somebody I can talk to as well, so...
But the state coordinating council through the Department of Transportation. And I
Well, Kelly
believe
was supposed to
Patrick
come up and talk
Hurley
to us,
is the
but she
gentleman's
canceled.
name.
But she is one to talk about. I've got a whole lineup for Kelly on this transportation and the funding and the seniors, particularly the American Elders Act, because that, to me, is in HUD.
I mean, it's our money, so...
Right. I mean, we have HUD housing down here that
Yeah.
is a nightmare.
I just wish the federal government would let us keep the money, and then you guys could start a program here with that money that makes a lot more
Wouldn't that be
sense.
nice?
It would make much more sense.
It would be, and try to get grant funding to do what we want to do for the programs. Where, right now we're trying to change a building into a senior center, and we're going gung-ho on it. And, we've gotten a few state grant, we got a $3,000 state grant, but in getting funding, and as we're going along, each week we hear another program's been discontinued, and these are programs that we would like to have in our senior center, and now they're being discontinued by the state. So why are we, you kind of think and say, why are we doing what we're doing? Well, we are because of our seniors in Tilton, and we'll come up with some other program that the state doesn't offer. We'll offer it, but the problem is you did offer it, now you're not offering it.
Well, and the problem
it's
is you've
sad.
already paid for it, too.
Yeah.
If you want to offer it yourself here, you're paying twice. Yeah.
Right. So,
Okay, well, sounds like
Kinda-
at least 3 things we can keep in touch about and try to do something with.
that'd be great. It'd be
I
wonderful.
apologize for being so late coming out
Well-
here. I had it on the schedule during the campaign, and something happened, and
The
then...
other thing that comes to my mind is we are in line to receive a grant from DES, work that was completed back in, 2008?
Which grant? You're
Well,
talking about the one
we have
from-
some that are
Lockman
10
Road
years old.
project.
Oh, we have one that's 10 years old? From
No.
when the transfer station moved from the 99?
Yeah, it's about 10 years
That
old.
was,
Yeah,
that's
even
what?
So you're just
90,000?
waiting for reimbursement?
Yeah, I mean, we've been awarded this grant, we have the number, and it's like, all of a sudden, we don't have the money. And this project,
Nobody returns
all
our
these
call.
projects go forward based upon,
Governor and council, and then they pull them off.
yeah.
Okay.
So it's, we
We were
put a
scheduled.
project forward, or push it forward based upon a promise of money that we don't end up getting. We just
So did you already do the work?
Oh, yes, it's
It's all done.
It's a beautiful project.
The sewer project was based, the financing was based on receiving this money promised from the state.
Right.
We filled the application out, we were awarded the number, and
That's a
yes, you
huge-
got it. Went forward with the project. Now, those residents in that sewer project area, their property tax rate is 50% greater than anyone else in the town of Tilton.
That would be me.
Now, that's a huge impact.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Huge impact, oh yeah,
Just as a for instance.
yes,
And all my
huge
neighbors.
impact. And
And they spoke in front of the
the money was
finance
promised
committee.
to us. The financing was based on receiving those monies.
Right.
Where is it?
And I wouldn't mind if they'd have said no. If they'd have said no, okey dokey, we'll do something else, or we'll
Right,
wait, or
the
whatever.
financing would
But
have
they
been
say
different.
yes, and then it's like,
Yeah, the project goes ahead based upon.
All on the
hopefully you're a different
Yeah.
kind of
And
politician,
it wasn't
Senator.
one that awaited in the 10-year project. It was approved and gone forward and completed, and
you,
we're
thank you
waiting
very
for the
much.
monies, and that didn't happen.
Yeah, if you can get me the details on that, I can look into that one as well.
We'll be glad to.
We'll give you our list.
Yeah, make up a list.
Checking it twice.
That would be great.
No, I mean, we just
I can't
did-
promise to,
We just
I can only
replaced-
promise to try, I can't promise to,
We had a
because there's only
box,
so much I can do with the executive branch. I mean, I can't tell them what to do.
we had a box culvert that had to be replaced, and the initial engineer wanted to do it based upon a 10-foot bridge, so we qualify for bridge aid. I said, to heck with that, because first off, if they say, yeah, this qualifies for bridge aid, you gotta wait 8 years to get the money. You know, and we saved a ton of money by not building a 10-foot bridge but replacing it in kind. You know,
And
the
probably,
towns are gonna have to do more and more of that because the money that it gets promised is just a pipe dream.
Well, and to have
don't
that
make the promise.
promise broken and have that impact on our taxpayers is unconscionable.
Yeah, no.
and that is a huge impact, 50% huge,
Oh, yeah.
Here, we've got elderly that,
huge impact.
it's terrible, in lower income housing. You know, there's trailers out there that the trailers aren't worth the amount of betterments they're paying.
Well, we've got elderly living in mobile homes. 2 of those mobile home parks happen to be within this area where the Lockmere Village project was done, and those people can't afford to pay the betterment because, you know, they just haven't got the money.
Well, your list is getting long.
This is getting long.
It's not going to come back.
That's why I didn't come here till now.
Oh, now you know.
Go where you
When he
get
says
kinda
tilted,
Reagan
he'll be
and
going,
Dick
"Oh,
Cheney
no."
At the same time, you know?
I've gotten worse receptions, that's for sure.
Have you?
Oh, yeah.
Come off and get shorter lists.
Yeah. But
Well, how many are off of chocolate? I mean, come on.
we're very active.
Yes.
Yeah, it seems like.
And what's going on, because it affects our residents. It affects me, we're all here, you know?
Well, we see these faces every day. I mean, we're a
come
board of
up to me
selectmen.
on
You
the
walk into town
street.
hall and you're going to find one of us here. So we see these people coming in, especially in the wintertime,
Yep.
which is worse. I mean, you've been here long enough to know. You know, when they come in and they have no heat, they don't know where their next meal's going to come to, and they're going to be losing their home because they can't pay their taxes. You know, that's pretty bad.
Well, I mean, I think the town should be the first line of defense for that stuff.
And we are.
Know the people.
But-
the problem is you get a lot of money taken from you, and you get programs put in
Exactly.
place, and you have no control over them.
Yep.
And
That's right.
There's so
And
much
this-
you can help the taxpayers, betterments and deferrals and.
And so often with the general court, we're the backs you walk on. You know, you pass these bills and you don't realize the cost to the taxpayers of implementing them and the monies that it's costing us. And it's not like we have, you know, gold stashed down in the basement.
We don't?
That rate goes up and more
good if you
people
did.
lose
It's
their
like, what,
homes.
$15.85 today?
We're not telling you where our
Not that
money
I'm
tree
watching.
is.
We just have
Safe in the
basements.
We have a basement.
Big hollow basement.
All right, well, I better get going.
All right.
Back to my family.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
definitely keep in touch. So I passed my cell
Yes,
phone
we got it.
Okay.
Got it.
Yeah.
and email.
Oh, and give my regards to Andy.
Sanborn,
Yeah.
I will do that. You're not the first town who has given similar regards, so.
Hey,
Alan, we're still waiting for him to come back
I
and
don't dare, I don't think he's gonna come over the border.
Oh, he would.
Maybe he's
not-
over on the other
I'll
side of
meet
the
him at
bridge.
the
waiting.
bridge.
He's not afraid of people.
no, he didn't look like he was
No.
afraid.
No, but, you know, I have a, you know, I call a spade, and, you know, he wasn't ready for it. He truly wasn't, and
Yeah,
I
you
think-
bent his ear for quite a while.
Yeah, well, I'm
He was
very
very
passionate on
anxious to
certain
build
things and what I believe in, and, you know,
I just have to,
He's been a great senator, though, he really has. I mean, you
I
might
have to
dislike him on that
wonder
issue, but-
why
been
some
standing up.
people introduce bills and laws where there is no hue and cry for this. Maybe the auto dealer, that particular one, the auto dealers had a hue and cry, maybe. Or there was
Well-
somebody with a bug in his ear or something, but I don't see how this is good for you and me.
what happened, well, never mind, I can't say
yeah,
that.
we should probably not talk about this because
Yeah.
it's gonna get all heated again.
You're going to be here for a long time.
Well, no, I mean, I think, somebody comes forward with an idea for legislation, and it really shouldn't matter if it's a small group of people looking for it. What should matter is it good for
New England,
Majority of
good for the
people.
state?
often these ideas are imported.
Well, and imported ideas is not necessarily a bad thing if they've worked well in other places.
No,
This
but if
isn't
it's a
other
fit for
places.
New
We have our own characteristics,
I understand.
and often that's
But,
overlooked.
like the education tax credit thing, we're stealing that idea from Arizona, but it works.
But we're going to shape
work.
it and adapt it to our needs.
Yeah, we're doing it differently.
I don't know if you've looked at the license
Like
plate,
this.
but it says live free or die.
Yeah.
It just sounds really drastic, but a lot of people here really take that
Oh,
to heart. You
That was
know,
not the
and
worst of
more
you.
government regulation doesn't sit well with them.
No, I agree. All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. I really appreciate you coming in.
You'll have to come back now.
No, invite me back, I'll come back.
Oh, you're...
Welcome back anytime.
I gotta get to all the other towns first, before I start round 2. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've said mine. I'm all good on this. So you voted for dogs, right?
Voted for who?
We did not vote to raise the dog's
Oh, this is
fee,
confidential.
Not yet.
period.
I'll be back in October for that.
Thank you very much.
Very much.
Nice going.
Nice and calm.
You were, me too. Wow, this one too.
Yeah.
She was great. You got him stumped on fence viewers though, didn't we?
Yeah. I think that was good.
That is a good diet. That needs to come off the
Catherine,
books.
you're gonna get the list together for him,
Well,
for Senator Sanborn?
we have a lot of lists. We have a lot of lists to get together. Oh, this should be
So our
attached to it.
Senate representative, let me get this right.
Forsyth.
No, I understand that part,
all part
but he's a Flatlander?
Died that we...
No, another one. The Flatlander. He's from South Carolina. He's not even a Yankee. But he
Like way
seems
flat.
to be
I just went through there 2
adapting.
days ago, and they got like hardly any mountains at all, at least not where I was.
You have to.
Okay,
the
moving
Appalachian.
right along.
All right, good night, everybody.
Good night.
Okay.
He is ex-military. He's quite a record.
Does he?
Oh, he's quite a military record, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Does that qualify him to be our senator?
Well, he
I
doesn't
admire
have
and
politics,
respect the
but
military.
he definitely is a brave man.
I'm just coming here with proof. I don't disrespect him, I don't get me wrong, just because I made Flatlander comments.
You know, for me, him admitting that mistake was huge.
I'm trying to figure out,
Catherine's in love.
please back away from this veto. I haven't been able to read that thing. That's a constitutional.
Well, we have his cell phone number.
Part 2.
Okay. Joyce, were you all done your reports, or? Okay. Okay, I have a couple of things that have come in this week. There is a gentleman that would like that's interested in the United States Post Office safe that's in Cindy's office.
I want to hear his plan on getting it out.
What
believe
is he
it-
interested in?
Scrap.
Why don't we show him the one in the
This is scrap?
basement?
As scrap, I should think it'd have value as an antique.
I would think it would have lots of value as an antique, but I'm not
Let him
willing
scrap
to
the
let it
one in
go
the
for
basement.
scrap.
Is there one in the basement an antique?
Yeah.
I don't know, it was quite an operation to watch it go across the floor 10 feet, or no, what was it, 8 feet?
No, it
8
was
feet.
farther than that.
How does he get it out? It won't go out the door.
Cut it up.
Sounds
Yeah.
like he's gonna cut it up in place and haul it off. I mean,
I
if
don't
it's
think he's going to be
scrap.
torching it in there.
Isn't it like filled
How's
with
he get it out of
concrete?
here?
No, it's just steel. But
It's
I'd
lined
rather-
with steel or no?
How much is
I'd
he
rather,
offering us for it?
if we're going to
He
sell
wants me to call him back.
if we're going to sell a safe for scrap, I'd rather it be the one in the basement. It's not quite as ornate as that one. And this was the post office, which is why that safe was left here.
Right,
That's kind of historical.
right.
I've got a copy of a picture where one side was the entrance to Town Hall Post Office, and the other side was a barber shop pool hall.
You know, I've seen that picture, I think.
There was a butcher shop downstairs.
Now, down here, out front,
Down
with a,
Basement?
in the basement.
in the a butcher shop.
Yep.
How long ago?
It's in Runnels. I think
So-
it was when it,
18?
Before it was the town of
Prior to
Tilton.
1870s.
Wow.
Well, I remember there was.
No, it can't be, because the building was built after the town of Tilton was
Oh,
built.
yeah. No, it was built before the town hall. The town of Tilton
This building was
was
built in the
before, after.
70s.
Yeah, okay, you're right. Yeah, it wasn't before Tilton.
Okay, next, Mr. Bernard called.
Maybe it was in the building.
Wanted, John wanted to know when the work was going to be started on in the Grange.
You tell me they already started?
I did. So that was interesting. And so I asked him if he could, when he was going to come in and talk to us about what he wanted to come in and talk to us about. And he said, oh, that's premature. He doesn't have any plans. And the next morning I came in, that would have been yesterday morning, he contacted Joyce, and he has engineered plans, and would like to come in to talk to the Board of Selectmen. So on the 21st, he'll be coming in to talk to the Board of Selectmen.
Does he have plans on how he's going to keep his
He has an idea.
people from parking?
No, he
Spaces?
doesn't have an idea on
I
that
went
at
by
all.
the other night and I was like, what's going on at the Grange?
Yep, well, I think we should start taking pictures and then just deliver it on the 21st when he sits in front of us, just hand him and say, how are we going to take care of this problem here, John? How are we going to do this right here now? What's your answer? What's your answer? So anytime anybody's up there,
I live right up the street. I go by there all the time.
Tuesday nights, I understand that's their biggest night. You go by there, take a few pictures when it's really packed with cars there.
Okay.
Really. All right. I have,
Parking lot viewer.
328A.
I have another request from another gentleman. I have not called him back. He would like to keep this confidential, so I'm not going to name names or anything, but I can pass this note down and you can get a gist of it. I didn't think there was any reason yet to call him back. I thought it could wait till tonight. Lowe's department store, and we had a conversation last week about air conditioning. That's the, make sure it's on that side, yep. On air conditioning in Lowe's, these units sell for $3.99, and he would give them to us for $3.49. Manager would sell 3 of these units to us for $349 instead of $3.99. It's nice and cool in here. Johanna loves it. Works. Fans are
You're going
on.
to pay, what, a little over $1,000 for 3 of them. What is our electrical bill going to look like by the time the season's over, running these?
We haven't run it. We started this at 2 o'clock this afternoon. They haven't been run all week.
I said after the season's over.
Oh, okay. But I'm telling you, it's not run every day. But if we owned them, we would.
Oh, that's some honesty.
You gotta
She
be.
doesn't want to wear
Well,
these models out.
There are
because
some times that she goes home because it's 98 degrees up here. Those are the days that we don't need to send her home because now we can have it at a comfortable 75.
I think we ought to look for, they sell these cubicles that are like self-contained with a ceiling and everything, that with one air conditioner, you could keep that little space.
It's going to cost
No,
a
we
heck of a
only
lot
have-
more than
we only have those
$349 times
few
3.
heat waves through the summer. If you had window fans, it would be tolerable up here. I'm going to have to be offensive here on this one because I'm not an air
On this
conditioner
note here,
aficionado.
was this one of the places evaluated?
That's
by
what he was
the
referring to
LFPC?
as unfunded
Yes, it was
mandate.
way up.
The State of New Hampshire
Yeah,
Constitution,
so it was
Part
way down on the
2nd,
list.
28A, does not allow the state to make laws and pass the expense down to the towns without getting our okay first. It's called an unfunded mandate. Well, when they make a law and there's an expense to the town, it's an unfunded mandate.
They're not paying it, so we have to.
So
We have no choice.
And the response to an unfunded mandate is Article 10 in the first part of the New Hampshire State Constitution, which is right to revolution against unfair and unjust government.
I'm with you on that.
Packing
So, I mean,
heat.
based on this, he doesn't have to look for constitutional reasons. This is one. You just got to prove that it's an expense.
Right, we have to, that's why he wanted the expense.
By
Joy,
3 days.
It's going to be an additional cost to the town of Tilton to abide by that new law.
where's my Tim's?
Just like the sidewalk that goes over 93.
Building maintenance, what is in our budget? How much do we have left?
I say 80,000, it's on the second page of the expenditure report, it's 1494, 41.
Why wouldn't we just put the window units in that we already have?
We already own air
They use a lot more electricity.
But I thought we were
and
only using
once
them.
they're in, they're in.
And
They're heavy.
they're hell to pick up.
We take them in and out. We were taking them in and out in New Franklin Apartments.
They're tiny. Those are tiny ones at New Franklin Apartments.
I still think it's
18,407.
necessary
This one
expense.
here, general building expense, that's for 61 Business Park Road.
Okay.
What is that?
What does the board think? Oh, it's on page, you want to, Joe, you looking for it?
I found it.
Okay. Page 2.
Yep. 18407.
So it'd be at roughly $1,000. What is it? 349 times 3? 1,050.
What are you looking at?
Balance of the town hall maintenance repairs.
See up here, page 2. What do you think? Is everybody still looking at it, or you on to something else? The mute
Seems like
point,
a lot of money.
How much are they again?
349,
It'd be just
Each.
over $1,000.
And we're talking about getting through it.
1,000, right.
They work really good, I gotta admit, but $1,000 is too much for me. It's what it is.
I think the weather that we had today would have been, if we opened up, I mean, the other thing is it does allow for a quieter environment, not having to listen to traffic go by when we're trying to conduct a meeting, but at the same time, you know, $1,000 is $1,000, and we're talking about, you know, people not being able to heat their homes this winter and stuff like that, so maybe we ought to just suck it up. If it's
I would have
really
a hard
hot,
time
right
justifying it
downstairs.
to a taxpayer.
Yeah, if it's really hot, we
Even
can
though I
have
love
a
'em.
meeting downstairs. We've done it, we did it last year, we can do it again. Not only that, but we spent this money to install these fans. I mean, yes, it's comfortable now, but I think it would have been just as comfortable if we'd opened up the windows, because it's not a particularly hot, blistering hot day.
Not today, anyway.
Not like it was Tuesday. So I guess I would have to say I'm willing to forego it.
Including the employees' environment up here, too?
I think there's a way to create that space over there that she would be more comfortable and we would be cooling a much smaller space. Like I said, there are places where you can buy the same kind of cubicle, only there's a ceiling built into it, which makes a smaller space that would be easier to cool.
So you build a wall and enclose her in as
You
your
can say
answer?
build anything.
You know, for
You
10
get a pre-made cubicle that has a ceiling. They have these things that you can buy.
The AC she's
know-
got's not doing it, right?
Well, it's
That way?
because you
10
can't contain
years-
it with one AC.
For 10 years, this is what we have done. You know, when you come up here during the day, when it's hot, we have these heat waves, there are no windows open because the windows are difficult to open.
Yep.
You know, if you made it easy to open the windows and allow the heat that rises up to go out and circulate some air, we have these fans. You know, if you have these fans just circulating hot air around, that's not going to do anything.
Well,
But if you
is there a
can
way to-
move air around
Is
from
there
the
a way
outside
to
and in, then you've
make
got a
that
cooling
easier?
system.
Is there a way to make that easier? I don't know, I've never tried the windows, so.
I would think so, there should be a way. But that's just my opinion. I'm kind of, it ain't
Well,
broke.
can somebody work on that? Because, you know, I mean, if that's a solution to working on getting the windows to work easier to get up and down so that we can make a cooler environment for the employee and for the meetings that we have throughout the summer.
Some sort of transom so that the upper windows can open. The only problem with that is that all the noise.
It what?
All the noise. If you have those open, you get all the noise.
You get used to those kind of things.
Yeah.
If you're in here long enough. I've worked here all day with the windows open, and after a while, the noise is in the background, and I've forgotten it's here.
But you're not sitting trying to have a meeting.
Yeah, we used to have, when we first started coming up here, we had the windows open. Aren't they difficult?
Suggest is
Joe, they're bears. They're bears.
See what I mean?
They are really tight. They are really tight. Did you check to make sure that one wasn't locked?
No, I can't see up that high.
Yeah, because you could,
Maybe if I stood on your shoulders, but.
you know, if you could access those windows, I
Would
mean,
anybody lock that window? So somebody couldn't jump out?
It's like,
I mean, there's nobody gonna access it from outside.
cat burglar.
my wife's best friend bought an apartment on the 16th floor in Washington, and she locked the sliding door to a terrace, and my son said, "Who are you expecting to break in, Spider-Man?"
Yeah, it must be, right?
Well, let's, you know, is somebody going to take charge of the situation so that we can, half of July is over with. We're expecting another heat wave coming up next week, the middle of the next week. It's supposed to be in the 90s again. You know, we have an employee that works up here, and we have our meetings up here. In a couple of weeks, we have budget committee starting again, so
It was? So does it go up and down? Yeah, it's still hot.
no, and they're on like a spring almost, because you can't get them to shut properly on those fan things either.
Unless you're as tall as I am, so you can grab the window at the top and really pull it down, it is difficult to pull.
We had a stick. Albert made us a stick to open and close the windows with. Where is that?
Joyce has one in her office for her window.
made two, one for the sewer commission and one for my office. The one for the sewer commission has been used to do something with the sewer. It's no longer being used for windows. They found
It wasn't
I
supposed to be
rest my
stuck in
case.
purpose for the sewer commission.
You can only expect it to be hot up here if you don't open the windows.
I kind of expect it to be hot up here no matter what.
I've asked 3 times if somebody wants to take charge of this situation.
Yeah, you did.
Obviously, there's
I would call up Dennis and tell him we need to make it so these windows can open. And if you can't do it, then we'll have to look at contracting it
Who
out.
installed these windows? They haven't been here that long.
Is that the answer? Is that what you want as
Remodel.
an answer for the air quality up here?
That was a question.
No, but you're going in that direction. Let's prioritize here. Do you want to cool this area, or do we not want to cool the area? Do we want to just leave it so that we're opening and closing windows and fans? If that's the priority, then let's go in that direction, and then we can move to a solution in that area. Do we want air conditioning up here, or do we want fans and opened windows up here? I think that's 2 directions, option A or option B.
I'd like to try fans and open windows initially.
Was there a motion made, or are we
No.
just having discussion?
Just discussion.
Okay.
Joyce?
My concern is that we have an employee, even though she doesn't work directly for the selectmen, we have an employee working here. So I think we should consult with her. I mean, if what we have here is working and she's agreeable with it, then perhaps we could talk to the sewer commission and see if the sewer commission would, I mean, it's a temporary solution, an inexpensive temporary solution that would tide us over until something more permanent, because we know how long that's going to take to do all that. We know that's going to take, it's a process to look about changing windows and...
We're not talking about changing windows, we're
Just
talking about
fixing the
fixing
ones
what
we
we have so they actually work. These windows have never worked properly. It used to
If they've
take,
never worked properly to get them work, do you expect to get them to work within the next week or 2?
nobody's ever fixed them. I've asked for several years and nobody's ever taken me seriously. I mean, when I come up here to work, I open the windows. That window will open and this window will open. I can open the windows and that window will open. I can open the windows. Takes a chair, but I can open them. And I can open that one. I open those because
I'll tell
they're...
you, they're very, very difficult. I had all I could do to open that one. And I'm strong. I had all I could do to open it.
So, somebody, we'd have to task Dennis, he'd have to take the windows out, they're wood frame windows, and I would suspect he'd have to plane some of them off.
Well, I'll be more than happy to contact some contractors and have them see.
No, Dennis can take the windows out and plane them off. We don't have to contract it out. Aren't they wood frame windows?
Yes.
Are they want windows?
Do they slide up on a track, or they,
Plastic track, but the window sash itself is wood.
so you could probably take them down. You're the wood expert.
When you push down that window, it's on almost like a spring.
Yes, there is a spring in
So
there.
there's got to be a weight inside there that's hooked
No,
to
you're
it.
fighting a spring.
No,
You're
it's
just
a
fighting a spring.
They're not,
There's
my
no
windows
weight.
are on weights, boy, and I'll tell you, when you push them up, they go, wow! But these, some of them are just too tight in the frame, and I've had Dennis up here, and it was just left at that because the board at the time wasn't interested, and I was on an island by myself.
That one open to get out and then twist the flag.
But, if that's the route you want to go, that's what'll have to be done, is these windows would have to become usable. Fans alone are not going to work.
Nope.
But if you want to go with air conditioning, I still
have a
think that we
question.
should get them to fix the fans.
We have one air conditioner up here right now.
Oh, there are 3.
We have 3.
It's 4.
It's 4.
Okay, so
Johanna.
we have one right now that belongs up here.
Which is actually Johanna's personal property.
That she sits right next to
I was
her.
going to say, is that non-functioning for her? Or?
It sits right next to her to cool her when she's right there, but there are days that she has to go home because it's so hot.
We have to do something about it.
And last year, there were
How
a
about
lot
if
of
we
days
got
that she
2
missed
of them
being
instead
here.
of 3?
Why don't, Joyce had a good
Would
suggestion.
2 of them do it?
I mean, I'm not for air conditioners, but Joyce's suggestion did make sense, to see if the sewer commissioners would go in half. They have their sewer commissioner meetings up here. This is their office space that is open every single day. And if their administrator
willing
can't
to
go
do that,
out,
bro.
now you're talking half.
I'd be willing.
pursue the,
and still pursue fixing the windows.
and it's hot now.
Because there are days that it's not 90 degrees out there, but it would still be nice to open the windows and not have to go to the expense of the air
Do
conditioners
they
because
have
it's
these air
75 degrees
conditioners
out
in
there.
stock, or would they have to be ordered?
He brought 3 up for us, and he's put them on hold for us. They don't sell these air conditioners. They ordered those specially for the elderly.
So can we talk to the sewer commission and see how they feel
The
about
only
it?
trouble is the sewer
Split the cost?
commissioners, well, the sewer commissioners will meet Tuesday night. Good Lord, time is flying. July is almost done.
I know.
If they're willing to split the cost, I think I'd be much more inclined to,
Well, I would suggest that, and again, I'm just trying to help. I'm not in favor of air conditioners because I never had one, don't like them. I would suggest that if you're going to go that route, you make a motion contingent on the sewer commissioners paying a portion. So that if they make their vote Tuesday night, you don't have to wait until Thursday. You can call them up first thing Wednesday morning and say, we got them, we want them, we're going to have them.
I would make a motion that we purchase 3 of these air conditioners for the price that you had mentioned before, at $349. For whatever 3 times $349 is, and contingent upon the sewer commission appropriating half the money toward the expense.
I'll second.
Any discussion on that motion? It's contingent upon... Joyce, can you email? It's contingent upon...
Right now, I just double checked with Catherine, that they don't pay any rent or anything towards overhead.
Well, they're
Sewer commissioner.
they're not a private entity, they're just another governing body.
True, but they wouldn't have to be physically located here. They could.
Water
Or at the
department has a
storefront.
They're a
building.
governing body for the town of Tilton, where else would they be? I mean, that means the selectmen wouldn't have to be here either. So let's go. But I think it's not unreasonable.
Their town offices and town halls.
I say we meet at Applebee's.
Hallelujah. So we've already got one motion working, Catherine. We'll work on that one.
Who's going to bring the recorder?
I will.
Who's gonna bring the DD?
Wait, that's Bobby.
Bobby? Oh, yeah.
Is there any more discussion on this? Does everyone understand what the motion is? Yes,
I
Norm.
seconded.
Huh?
It's not too late to call her at home.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion to purchase 3 air conditioners from Lowe's, contingent on the sewer commission going in halves with us?
Aye.
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 No.
Aye. So noted.
They don't have an air conditioner.
The
Install it when he comes up.
Ceiling. Every room except the kitchen.
Gets hot in here.
okay. Selectmen's reports.
I just wanted to cover one thing with the board. Remember how last week we went over Al LaPlante's request to raise building permit costs? Well, the building permit fees are listed right in our zoning regulations, and it doesn't say anywhere around where the fees are that these can be changed by the Board of Selectmen or anything else.
I think that's in 41.
Huh?
I think you'll find that's in 41.
But it's right here, and it's in the zoning itself.
But that's not a zoning ordinance.
What do you mean? That's our
This is
zoning.
part of our zoning regulations.
Fees are not a zoning ordinance. We put them in there as a consideration. as a courtesy.
Once it's in there,
Because, we
isn't
were
it
going
official?
to-
They're not voted on, they were not voted on by the legislative body as a zoning ordinance. The building fees,
These fees were voted on it,
they shouldn't
yes,
have
I
been.
remember when they were on the ballot.
They shouldn't have been.
And yet,
Trickier to change fees for the town of Tilton.
Well, I understand that we are the final,
They should not have been voted on by the legislative
well, I
body.
remember that they went before the Board of Selectmen, they gave it the approval, and then it went on the ballot for approval by the voters.
Do we have that?
I don't have the town results, but I have the page of the zoning.
I'd like to see the results, because that's something else.
Well, all I was getting at is I did talk to Gus about the fact that next spring, when it's time for town meeting, we put this as a question on the ballot to rearrange this so that these were coming out of the zoning ordinance and that it would be something that they would check with the building inspector on the current fees.
what does that do to our vote from last week?
Well,
We'd have to make sure that it was voted on at town meeting, and
Yeah.
then we'd have to, I think I'd call LGC,
Yeah.
yeah.
ask them for a ruling.
Can we call LGC and?
Yeah, well, I was going to do that, but I wanted to talk to the board first. But I just,
They'll want to see a copy of the ordinance and how it was written.
you mean how it's written in the in the,
And I'm sorry, the warrant article.
okay, well, I'll have to get a copy of the minutes, and it showed, I'll be able to get that in the land use office. I kept all the past questions and ballots from the town meetings. But anyway, that was what I brought up, and I just told Gus not to pull it out of the zoning until we better understood where we stood with it. The other thing, as we talked a little bit earlier, I will be coming in the morning to hear what these people have to say from the new Franklin Apartments, what it is they have in mind. All Gus knows is they called and wanted to come in and talk to her about expansion. I do know they have 5 buildings there, and each building has 12 units in it, but they do have a lot of land. So anyway, I will be here in the morning to hear what they have to say, but whatever they would end up doing would have to be a whole planning board process anyway, so this is just strictly I guess they're coming in to inquire, look into what they have to do.
I'm hoping that,
Central air.
I'm hoping that we can shape their ideas or shape their thoughts into putting a second egress in the bedrooms
Right.
so that
The planning board certainly could require that.
Yeah, so that
the
they could,
elderly can have air conditioning.
right,
Or they install central air for the whole
Right.
building.
I don't know if you can make that a condition of, you have to install central air and...
No,
No,
second
central air,
egress,
Oh, second
secondary
egress, yeah.
egress.
not central
Safety-wise,
air.
No,
I mean, certainly we
think you'll
could
ever go for
suggest it,
that.
but,
no, I don't think that would
Although-
be fair, but,
As a health issue,
no, but the
when you
secondary
have HUD
egress, I
housing,
think is
if you look through
certainly...
all the HUD regulations, they talk about air quality and quality of living. And where if they're going to be, and it is elderly first and disabled housing,
yep.
then air conditioning is definitely a health issue.
Then why aren't we installing it for the people that can't afford the $25 extra? We have seniors over there right now that would love air conditioning, that have stuck it out, and we have air conditioners here that we can deliver to them, but they can't afford the extra $25 a month. And why can't we fight that on the basis of air quality?
I think we can.
Well, let's do it. I'm on it.
All
It would
right,
cost us more than $25 to fight it, wouldn't it? We just pay it.
you can't use.
If we got a
tax-
lawyer, it would cost us more than
We're not
$25.
talking about fighting it with lawyers, we're talking about Senator Forsyth that was sitting right there, so we're going to make a case and go to our general court and executive
I mean, something has to
counsel
be
and-
done. We
and-
have, look at,
And we need to go to HUD and say, look, you should be embarrassed.
You should be embarrassed.
we have
About
brand
so
new air
many
conditioners, and, you know, his whole thought process was, and you want me to give them free electricity now?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but you know what? And I'm going to use this term, and I don't care if it's on public notice or not, but that is silent elderly abuse. That is the greatest form ever, when they have to endure those kinds of quality of living. Shameful.
It is shameful.
Shameful, absolutely. And we have, and we busted our butts, and the community all came together to get the air conditionings for us, and we can't put them in because there's elderly that won't come forward and allow us to do that because they can't afford $25 extra a month that they're charging.
Have you identified these people?
And we have a couple of people, yes. Yeah.
Did you have a comment?
Yeah. So it would be really nice. I would love to be here when he comes tomorrow. I can't guarantee what I would say and what I wouldn't say, but unfortunately, I'm doing the walkthrough, so lucky for him, but
Conceptual.
Well, at this point, we don't know what all he's got in mind or what he's going to be talking about, so
I have in mind what I'm going to talk about, though.
maybe it's better you're down to the police station.
But, okay. Joe, do you have anything for us?
I have a thing from Donahue, Tucker, and Giandella. First thing I've seen of this particular form, dated the 13th. I don't know if you've read that. It says via email and first-class mail, but I have yet to read it
I
at
haven't
my
seen it.
house or on my computer. It's a memorandum of understanding for payment and services from the lawyer for the consortium. My understanding was that this was going to be at the same time as the memorandum of understanding for the consortium being formed. There's a place to sign this. I wouldn't sign it until I have the opportunity to find out who else is involved and whether we're even going to be involved.
So they're under the assumption that we already want the consortium and that we're ready to sign up.
This is a thing that they've sent to each and every town that apparently that has expressed any interest in becoming a part of it, as to what their responsibility would be, what ours would be if we were to sign up.
And what is our responsibility?
Oh, our responsibility is to understand there may be conflicts of interest, that perhaps Mr.
okay.
Chiandella won't be there and Mr. Miller would take his place. Let me see, anytime we're dissatisfied, that we should call them. At the conclusion, they'll give us back our original documents. Some things may or may not be available electronically. To achieve the best possible representation, we need to cooperate fully. It's a basic standard form, but we have yet to agree to become members of the consortium. That wouldn't happen until we see the memorandum of understanding, which we should receive on the 21st, which is the consortium meeting at 1 o'clock. As you know, Chairman Constantino, on the 21st in the evening at 6 o'clock, we have a public hearing. So at that time, I would be able to read this potential memorandum of understanding, and we could discuss it at that time. But I wouldn't sign this until we know that we're going to be involved in the consortium.
So we're not going to get information on this public hearing until 1 o'clock that afternoon of the...
We're not going to get the memorandum of understanding for the consortium, no, but there's a lot of other information that we will have.
Right.
And this is as much about having the public air their concerns and their suggestions and what have you, to inform us in order for us to move forward, will of the people and what have you.
Okay.
But this is the first I had seen that, because I haven't checked my afternoon email. So I don't know if you've all read this or not.
Nope,
but
haven't.
That's my understanding of it at
Didn't get
this
it.
time.
I didn't get it.
All
I
right.
checked my emails just before the
That came
meeting.
in today's mail.
Well, it says that it's electronically transferred as well. Yeah, each first class name is what it says.
That, I never got anything, that's all I got.
Well, I hadn't either. Oh, sure. It seems like a fairly standard legal agreement where they can do this and we're going to do that, but we haven't agreed to the basic underlying thing yet.
Right.
Nobody in the consortium is in the consortium yet. It's all a lot of talk thus far.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
But that's my only thing, because I've been gone all week.
Norm?
I just have one thing. I received via email a copy of a letter which is being sent first class from the Diocese of Manchester, the Chancellor Diane Murphy Quinlan, giving us the go-ahead to giving the Parks Commission the go-ahead to put an irrigation well on the 132 ball field.
Oh. We talked about that. Very nice.
Yeah. So, Joyce, when you do get this letter in the mail, it isn't necessary to CC everybody on it, because I just told them, and the Parks Committee, I forwarded it to the Parks Commission.
Do it anyway.
I could forward you the original letter, but it's very short and sweet and just says, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. That it?
Put it in the property record card file.
There is a copy coming in the mail, an original.
With regards to that whole well at the 132 field, I'm still the new guy here, and I have a question about putting thousands and thousands of dollars into a piece of property that we don't own. Now, if we put a well there, that goes with the property if the church wants it back, and rightly so. Isn't that a lot of money? Is this okay? I mean, it just seemed weird to me when I heard about it.
Well, the problem is, if you don't irrigate the field, it's going to hell. And the problem is, the soil over there isn't that great. Now, they did bring in a lot of topsoil for the ball field. I'll tell you right now, what I'm fighting at the cemetery is, I can't keep grass growing in some areas to save my neck.
Yeah.
Cringe.
A lot of sand.
Yeah,
A
very
lot of
sandy, very
sand, but
acidic.
That's a lot of money for a football field that they pay, what, $1 a year for or
Not
something?
the selectmen's decision, it was the park commissioner's decision.
Yeah, I
Norm's right,
understand
the
that.
field, if you're not gonna put in the irrigation, then you might as well give up the field. Because you're putting hundreds of dollars in fertilizer and seeding and trying to maintain a field without water. And when we have a dry spell like we had 2 years ago,
Last year.
was it last year?
Last year was
We
gone.
thought we lost the grass in Riverfront Park because the park commissioners are gonna put irrigation in this year, so that doesn't happen again. But that would have been huge cost. The same thing with the ball field. What is that, a 99-year lease?
Something like that.
That
Plus, it
either
be-
can opt
It
out.
can be terminated by either side with a 1-year notice.
So we could move the well.
Well, when I heard the price, it was like $10,000. A really outrageous amount. Now, I can't quote it, but I was at the Parks Commission when they were talking about 13 grand or something to put in a well at the ball field. It's like, seemed like a lot of money. Well, that came with pumps and stuff like that. It wasn't just the well. Just seemed like a lot of money, that's all. It's good to support the football team.
I'm in favor of it.
You're in favor?
I am.
Good enough.
What's wrong with Joyce? Catherine? What's wrong with Joyce?
Just smiled like that, you look like yourself.
She has ticks? Oh, wow.
Walking in 61 Business Park Road this afternoon, so she's out there.
Doing a tick check.
Oh, is that what all the laughing is? I get it.
Well, she's sitting over there going,
I'll tell you, it's really hard
Next
to give
time,
your
point this
laughing a
out to me.
tick
No, the
check.
laughing.
Point this out to me. I saw the laughing, but
Joyce got bugs.
how's that work out for you, Joyce?
I took everything off and I shook it.
That's
This is
way
what
too
they do.
much information for a public hearing. I'm meeting, I'm sorry.
We walked around the building.
And she shook it. Okay, then.
All right.
I didn't know there was a dance that went with that, though.
Just a couple of things.
Thank you. Thank you
This
very
is
much.
as it pertains to fees. This is new. This is from 2002. The municipality may establish fees to defray the cost of administration, implementation, enforcement, of state building code, and any local amendments. Such fees would be the general use municipality have responsibility over the local enforcement agency. Then there's something in 41 in the powers and duties that gives us like in the 30, but certainly if that was voted in at town meeting,
Yep.
we may have the option of doing that, but if it was voted in at town meeting, I agree, we can't undo it.
Right. So I will get that
So I'd
information.
find all of that. I had a phone call this afternoon from a person that I know who lives on Academy Street, who has 4 young children and lives in an area where there is a lot of children. And before I came in, I drove up and down Academy Street, and I'm chuckling because the slow children at play sign is at this end of Academy Street, just before that parking area that Tilton School made a short time ago.
And you're talking about the one behind the store?
Yeah. But the children at play, are way down
Right.
across Prospect
Right.
on the other end. So we
Right.
definitely need to
And-
move that
yes.
sign. That doesn't make sense.
I agree with you on that one, Catherine.
But she says that in the afternoons when people are out of work, people use that.
use that as a cutoff.
cross-through.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's a huge problem
Yep.
with speed. It's only 15 miles an hour.
Why
Right.
don't we put the trailer there?
Yeah. Start with
I would put the
that.
trailer there, and I think that the police, and unfortunately, she said that she has made this known to the police, but has not seen a police presence.
I'll make it known tomorrow morning.
Would you? Mm-hmm. So they really need to, like I said, in the afternoon, I mean, they could park behind the store very easily.
Right.
What do we have to do to get the sign moved to the right location?
Dennis?
Dennis?
Yeah, we'll just have them move it.
Joyce, the sign at Academy Street that says Children at Play, it's up at this School Street end of Academy. Can we move it down to the Prospect end of Academy? Okay.
Seeing as that's where all the kids are.
There's quite a few speed limit signs. When you come in, there's one by Chestnut Street. And when you come in this way, there's one, and then there's one somewhere near Prospect Street.
Yeah.
And I think it's going,
Bring that paper.
I don't know which way. But that Children at Play sign I thought was kind of funny.
I wanted it, but that's all right.
There's
That's
no-
all right.
Probably back when that sign was put up, that's where the children were, but they've migrated to the other end of the street.
Well, it needs to go in the right spot. So
Thank you.
I'd hate to see a kid.
Okay, in the FYI, are you all set?
Oh, I am, thank you.
Okay. We did get the official notification that the grant was approved, so we got the $3,000 from USDA.
For the
Very
Grange?
nice.
Outstanding.
And we met with Carmen Lawrence, the director of the Belknap County Community Economic Development, Tom Gallant, myself, and Joyce, and we were looking at CDBG grant monies. And so we were looking at how we could get to a couple of different things. And we have a grant that's out there that will be awarded within the next week or two from the New Hampshire Preservation of Historic Buildings from the state, and that's $40-some-odd thousand. That would be for the roofing, the siding, and insulation. And then there's another grant that we qualify. You have to go on the site to qualify first on the website, and then answer the questions, and if you qualify specifically, it will come back and say, okay, you qualify, but in order to submit the grant, you have to actually meet with the manager of Lowe's department store, meet with him, and if he approves it, then he submits the grant for us.
So that he sponsors.
He sponsors it, correct. And that's for a $25,000 grant. So those grants can be used for in-kind money towards a larger grant to do everything possible to the Taj Mahal up on Grange Road and have a walk-in, here you go, senior center,
Grange Mahal.
beautiful, done.
Yeah, really.
Deal.
Now,
So it'll be.
That'd be
it's-
awesome.
The
We're gonna have to have a grand opening.
CDBG requires one-to-one money, correct, Joyce? That's one-to-one money. So let's say the project is $170,000 or something, from soup to nuts. Then we would be required to get $85,000 of that, but we have 20-something thousand already, and then with these two, we would be eligible in January for this larger CDBG.
did I hear you say that the $40,000 grant was to remove siding and insulation?
To replace the site,
Replace the siding and insulation.
but it will go, for historic building, it will go back to the existing,
Wood clapboards and like that?
the original shingles that were, you can't because they don't make those shingles, but
Yeah.
they specify a kind of shingle that will go back on there for the roof, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the next grant, if we do end up with this CDBG grant, then we'll have windows actually restored and remade windows, so better insulation and better things. And so, I mean, there's lots of things that this money's that the town initially voted for has opened up a whole new world to funding for us, so I'm very pleased.
What's the status of the improvements that were awarded, the handicap bathroom, for instance, and that sort of thing?
We have, it's all framed off right now, but we had to put it on hold till we met with USDA, because they said no work can start until we see it. So in the kitchen, you know how it kind of had a sag on.
Yeah.
That's all framed up, jacked up with 2x12s, so that there's joists all along every one.
Nice.
And there's a unisex bathroom, non-ADA, and an ADA unisex bathroom, all framed out.
In that back corner there?
Right, in that back room. We applied for a grant for Franklin Savings Bank for a heating air conditioned unit, one heating air conditioning with all the ductwork, everything, to go in the back, and the ductwork to go underneath, and then have some of the intake and exhaust come out in the front of the stage. There was one price that we got, and then to add it for central air. So we put the whole ball of wax to Franklin Savings Bank and said, you know, this is what, in July they always have their community grants. So we're in for that. So I'm hoping that we get that one. That, I think, is 11,000 total. For that.
Now, would that pull that behemoth out of the front foyer area? That
Yes, and the one in the kitchen,
Yep.
and eliminate the
That
one
would
in the kitchen.
replace both of those. Well, one of those was dead anyway, at
Right.
least one of them.
Yes, right. And so then that money, if we do get that money, that goes towards in-kind monies towards our CDBG, and we get the CDBG, we can get our gas stove restored, and
Oh, outstanding.
Wouldn't that be-
Outstanding, that would be great.
that would be absolutely awesome to do that.
Great. Also, does that restoration grant do anything to the hideous color on the inside?
Wouldn't that be wonderful
of
to
that
change
building?
that? It,
I'm glad they did something to preserve the metal, but having it back to its natural state could only be good,
well, when you,
because it's nasty. I don't know if you've seen it, Catherine.
when they came in
You
to,
didn't paint that, did you, Catherine? Okay.
when they came in to see the,
It's donated.
I
when they,
know who donated it. It's still a bad color.
when they came into New Hampshire Preservation of Historic Buildings came in to see the project and what some of the specifications would be, because we have to widen the doors.
Yeah.
We have to keep those doors stored somewhere. And they have to make in-kind doors.
Yeah, I saw
Same
that,
material, same size. So they looked at this is really not dated coloring, is it? And I said, no, it's not dated coloring, but it's
Preserving.
It's
colorful.
preserving, and it's painted well, and we don't have to do, it's move-in quality.
Well, that's true, except for that one drippy place on
Oh,
the
yeah.
wall, which has nothing to do with the paint.
Right.
So that's a rodent issue. God, I hate rodents.
Speaking of rodents, are
hate
they
rodents.
under
Pretty much
control?
gone. Yeah, it's pretty much gone. You don't hear
Is
them
it
running
done?
across
Time will
anymore.
tell in the fall, because that's when they're going to want to move in for
Yeah.
the winter.
When the ceiling came down in the kitchen,
A lot of rodents.
There were
Stuff.
issues in that area?
a nest
Oh, my goodness.
big
Oh, my
God.
goodness.
in the kitchen.
Should have come down on anybody's head, I hope
I know
not.
they had to shovel it out,
Oh, gee.
Oh, I'm sorry I wasn't there.
and it
No,
was
I'm not.
fresh.
No, I'm not. Oh, my goodness.
Yep. Well, Catherine is going to talk with her in the morning. Well, we can talk about it.
Yeah, we've got more issues than.
Okay.
Very good.
I think that's it, other than we'll talk about Business Park Drive when we're up there. That's all I have.
Ready to go?
No, we're going to talk
Oh, you
about
want to deal with this?
the vegan barbecue.
I was looking at this, and I don't see on here where it says open to the public. I assume that's something she said, that it's open to the public, this vegan barbecue?
Flyer says that, I think.
Yeah, it says the...
Open to all or something like that?
Page right there.
Oh, I gave up because I couldn't read
It
it.
says open to the public.
Thing like that?
You're a chef. What do you suggest goes good?
Carnivores. Carnivores.
Damn thing.
Whatever.
But that's just me, in my opinion.
Oh, that's interesting.
Some
Okay,
people
so
do, and, you know,
with it open to the public, I was trying to find what requires a certificate of insurance. And as I went through my packet for the Island Park, there is no language in our packet that allows us to say your particular event is going to require you to get us a certificate that you have a specific type of insurance, which would probably be what, liability or whatever, naming the two towns as additional insured, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you.
So there is an issue that we should deal with and add some language to it.
So there's nothing in the
I couldn't-
indemnification?
I couldn't find anything. Right now, I don't know what I did with my packet. Oh, here it is. But I couldn't find anything in these documents that indicated.
Well, it's
says
telling
it's-
hold harmless, right?
It says on the front, certificate of insurance, if applicable. Well, where's the applicability?
I think that was left over from the old.
Yeah.
Because we sent this to our respectful insurance companies. Didn't we get this back from,
Here we go, I found it, I did find it. Number 5 under regulations, depending on the event or number of people, a certificate of insurance may be required at the discretion of the town's Board of Selectmen. Yay, okay, good, it is in there. So,
Didn't you write those, Catherine?
this,
Just thought I'd throw that out
this
there.
is, no, this is,
Oh, that's a
this is a
different...
a conflagration of ours and theirs.
Compilation.
Consolidation, but either way.
There was a mess. But it was a combination of both. I just pulled them together. I didn't write them. I can't take credit for that. I lost my pen. So the one issue is they should, because it's open to the public, the general public, it's not a private party, they should be required to produce a certificate of insurance. They're having food,
I'll second that, Catherine.
and,
I assume that's a motion of some sort.
no, I'm just saying, this is part of our requirement on this.
I think that they should have a, I think we should require a certificate of insurance.
Absolutely.
And I also think we should require them to speak with the chief on regulating, determine whether or not there should be a detailed person there or not. Because she signed it here, noting that she understood exactly what we were saying.
Yeah.
And it's a private organization, so this needs to go to Northfield for their approval as well. Because our regulations say only, municipal events. That, was it private or commercial?
Is this a commercial event, or is this just a private person that's,
She's also doing it at the Pines. I put her advertisement in there so you can see it.
right, the advertisement, though, that seems more like a commercial.
The Island Park
Sounds
is not
like you
available
need to
for
be
use by
promoting
profit
vegan
events or private organizations unless a special exemption is granted by the boards of selectmen. So that's going to have to go over to Northfield
No,
for their approval.
There,
Slightly different.
where did you just,
Under
Promoting a
reservation procedure, the very last sentence, the Island Park is not available for use by profit events or private organizations unless a special exception is granted by the boards of selectmen of Tilton and Northfield. And we did that because we only wanted to allow non-profit.
but this is, I do not believe that she's a resident of Northfield.
Which, is she a nonprofit organization?
Yeah, she's not,
She may not be charging, but
she's doing this also in Northfield as well.
well, I was.
What to bring.
I still think to cover us that we should send it over to Northfield and get their opinion on whether they want to allow this, because we talked about the impact. She has it open to the public, where she could have 4 or 400 people.
Is she doing it
There's no
at
control on the volume, and we
the
talked about
Pines
the impact
Park in
of that.
Northfield or at the Pines Community Center?
It's outside because they're cooking.
Yeah.
This is on the Island Park.
Oh, I was asking about her location in Northfield, in the park, which comes under Northfield jurisdiction or the community center.
And if she's got 40 people, now you're talking about a police detail.
If we, before we do that, could we please get some more, before we send it over to Northfield, could we get some more information and bring it back to us next Thursday and make sure that,
That's a waste of our time, I think.
no, we just need to know whether it's a private,
She planning the event?
September 3rd.
She's got a number of people, and she's got, what, upwards to 40? I don't know what that little insignia is, but...
Yeah,
40 plus, which would kick in the police detail.
Yep.
She needs to have a police detail, and I would definitely, if she's serving food to people walking up, I would require a certificate of insurance.
who wrote not applicable for the insurance?
If applicable.
No, somebody put,
NA, I don't know.
Not applicable.
who wrote that in there?
Oh, I did. I didn't realize that she needed one.
It's on
Serving
number
food to the
5.
public, you
Yeah,
gotta
you've
have
got,
some kind.
that's why this,
She brought in was just that one form.
yeah, but this whole packet
Right, but she had all that.
It doesn't matter,
I
you
know, it
should,
just so happened she just brought it in and dropped off the check at the time.
when we reserve space on that island, you have to know these regulations. Okay.
Oh, yeah, she has them, she kept them.
Okay, but then if you saw this and read this, then you would have known she would have needed a detail. You would have known that it's gray area whether the Northfield Selectmen have to sign off, and it would probably indicate that, number 5, she may need a certificate of insurance. That's all I'm saying. So this whole packet has to go to them, and doesn't matter what they bring back, you have got to review her application using the procedures and regulations. You've got to use it so that we know, because we've got another entity over there involved with us, and we don't want to mess it up.
And that little symbol there is upwards of 40.
Is that what that means?
Yeah. What?
40 plus, right?
But she says it open to the public. And she has it open to the public.
Wrote that on there? Oh,
It's on her brochure.
It's on her flyer.
that's for the Pines, not for the island. I just put that in.
She has a little symbol and then 40. That means greater than 40. We don't allow people greater than.
On her application.
We don't, right. They have to pay for a police detail.
Well, I will call her tomorrow and discuss it.
That was the new.
And the reason that we have this limit on the island is, again, the impact. We discussed that with the Board of Selectmen in Northfield, and both were very concerned about that impact.
I would really just as soon not have that kind of thing over here. And
Well, we should give Northfield, if we're going to decide that, we should give Northfield a courtesy, because if she's a Northfield resident, I would hate for Tilton to say no, find out it's somebody's
I agree. I couldn't agree
sister,
more.
aunt,
I
mother.
couldn't agree more, but we're looking at upwards of greater than 40 people, and we've already talked about,
Yeah.
thank you. We've already talked about issues about the detail. So when you talk with her, be very specific. Is this greater than 40 people, or is it 40 people? Have you invited 40 people? If she's invited 75s and hope that 40 people will show up, then you have to really plan that there's 75 people going to be showing up.
You know,
And if it's open to the public, free, open to the public, anybody could stop in.
And the suggestion might be is for her to have it in Riverfront Park, except she can't have her own charcoal grill over there. She has to use what's there.
Pineapple on a stick.
Wheat burgers.
Anyway, the other issue is when you did your walkthrough, and the barbecue pit, because on there it says, yes, barbecue pit, use of fireplace.
We discussed that before the meeting. I don't think
But we need to send a notice over to Northfield, letting them know what specifically we found wrong with it, and let them know that we've asked Dennis to look at it, and do they want to have their Public Works Director look at it?
Well, ask Dennis, when he's with Bob on Friday, to take a look at the,
We have to notify the Northfield Board of Selectmen,
yes, I know
that
that.
insufficiency.
The charcoal grill, but we cannot allow the charcoal grill to be used because there are some issues with it.
Fireplace.
The fireplace, not the charcoal grill, the fireplace. And it shouldn't be used until the issues have been corrected. So we can ask Dennis to take a look at it, but do they want to have Bob take a look at it as well?
That's not for us to decide.
This is to Northfield Selectmen, asking the Northfield Selectmen.
I would simply let the Northfield Selectmen know that we have discovered that there's damage there, that there's some repairs that need to be made, and that we have asked our Public Works Director to look at it.
And then leave it at that,
And leave it at
Joyce.
that. Let them decide.
Don't go any further than that. Do
Yeah.
not ask anybody to look at it. Let them make that decision.
Yeah, don't you think?
Yeah. They could send their highway superintendent over, that's fine,
They
too.
could send,
let them-
yeah, they could send Glenn over, who knows?
Yeah, they could have a,
Well, I don't know about him, but I've met the highway guy, and he's a real nice guy. I'm sure he'll do a
Absolutely.
great
He's
job.
very
a love.
nice guy.
Yep, he's been very helpful to me. and-
I'm really keeping my fingers crossed that he's hired.
Who knows?
Oh,
They
he
may-
hasn't been
They may have somebody on staff
I
over
thought
there
he
who
was.
has experience in masonry.
He's full-time, but the highway,
He's interim.
the
Oh, I
director,
see.
right.
He's interim.
He's interim. And
Well-
he's applied for the,
I certainly
Was there
think that,
any other
in my
damage? I know
experience,
the
he would get
gazebo
it.
needs
but
repair.
that's
the
just
gazebo
me.
needs repair,
Yeah,
yeah.
the gazebo, and then just, it's like, it needs some more mortar and stuff in that fireplace.
Oh, there's a branch when you go in, right when
Yeah,
you
it
get
needs to be
off of the,
trimmed.
How's the beaver tree?
Delicious.
We didn't really take notice
I didn't
of
really
it.
take notice of the beaver tree.
We walked around, but
He might not be in his...
It's the first time I've been over there for a walkthrough.
What was
But
that?
when you get over the island,
I'll
the
go over
tree
Saturday
right,
morning.
the tree right when you get off of the island, there's two branches that are very low that you have to duck underneath.
yeah, they should be trimmed back a little bit.
They're only little, they're
Yeah,
not really big.
I know the gazebo had letters that were damaged. I don't think the park commissioners ever had that fixed, unless Bob went over and did it himself.
I don't.
I wish I could have
There were
seen the
letters,
dance.
there were letters up on the gazebo that needed to be fixed.
Yeah.
Just a lot of things.
Also, when you're walking up the little ramp, it's real spongy, like the wood needs to be replaced.
To the gazebo.
Yes.
Okay. So maybe it's time we did an inspection,
Ride stiletto.
made a list,
She falls down and ruins.
and sent it to them.
Yep. Well, would you want to wait on the fireplace or no?
No, I'd let them know about the fireplace right away, only because we have this person that's, wants to use it.
Needs to be replaced.
So Joyce, we're going to send that to the Northfield and let them be aware of the fireplace issue, and then we're going to go over there and inspect and do a full inspection. They don't need, this is not for them. This is for us. We as a Board of Selectmen are going to go over there and do a full inspection and make a list of what needs to be done and what needs, things that needs to be done. We just talked about the tree being, a limb being trimmed and things like that.
That's got it.
Maybe we should invite you.
Yep.
When are we planning to do that?
I don't care. It cannot be Sunday, that's all. My nephew's coming home from Afghanistan.
Oh, nice.
My Saturday is booked too, so.
Why don't we do it during the
But we
week?
should do it when Dennis is on the clock and not.
Yeah.
Monday?
You can't do it during the week, unless it's after hours. Unless I arrange special transportation.
Well, I'll go up and get them. It's Mark and the kids right there. They're fine.
Yep, I have 4 kids in Mark.
You're busy.
Most people don't want to take my truck to Concord. I can't figure it out.
Gets 2 miles to the gallon. It's a really nice truck, but I
can do
can't
it
even
on
climb into it, I'm too short.
I can do it Monday afternoon. If you can, we'll come and pick you up. All
That'd be awesome.
Gallons, so.
right.
2 gallons.
Can anybody do it on Monday afternoon?
Yes, I think I can.
Monday afternoon, and I'll pick Catherine up?
Monday afternoon, what time?
My gang,
The 18th?
Yep. What
What
time?
time?
What time's a good time for?
I'm good anytime.
I'm good anytime. 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock sounds good.
1 o'clock? 2? I don't
I
care.
don't really care.
2
2
p.m.?
o'clock's good.
Let's make it, can we make it closer to noon time? 1 o'clock would be better.
1 o'clock's good.
What are we doing now?
We're inspecting the island.
Okay.
Okay, the 18th, 1 o'clock?
Yep. Okay.
You let Dennis
Pen
know?
covers.
Joyce? You let Dennis know we're gonna do it Monday at 1?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Monday at 1 o'clock to meet us at the island. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
This came in, it's confidential, but I did not want to forward that to everybody, so you can read it and pass it on. Then we'll shred it.
Like we have some disgusting people.
Let us know our tax dollars at work.
That's why they made the Dark Side of the Moon.
Yep.
I love that album.
Oh, I do too.
Okay, want to do the minutes?
Sure.
And then we'll go into non-vote.
I just need 2 minutes to go down and get rid of some coke.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe we can take like a 2-minute recess or something this way
Yep.
after we do the minutes.
Yep.
Page 3. Fourth paragraph, last sentence, Chief Cormier informed the board.
Page.
Page 3.
Page 3,
Okay.
fourth paragraph, last sentence, Chief Cormier informed the board that he will present them a draft of a new timesheet, not of a
Present who?
draft of a new timesheet.
Chief Cormier informed the board that he will present them.
He will present them a draft of a new timesheet.
It says of a draft.
No, but wouldn't it,
Present a draft of a new timesheet
Just remove
for the board's review.
Yeah.
Move the
okay.
word of.
Yeah.
Page 3, fourth paragraph, last sentence.
Chief Cormier informed the board that he will present a draft of a new timesheet for their review.
board's review?
Pass that back to.
Well, then it's redundant if you say board's redo.
Okay.
Did you get this one? When they start at 4 PM.
Yeah. On page 2,
Yep.
the second line down, goes, going until 10 PM when the start at 4 PM. It should say they.
Okay.
And it also, further down, I don't know, it shouldn't say not adverse, it's averse. The word should be averse when she says,
Right.
Joyce, putting Joyce at the beginning of the agenda for her items and is not averse. Take the D out of that word.
Now, I got a question. Guy, Jim Clements, is his name spelled with a T or without a T? Last week it was without a T.
No, we
With.
corrected it.
Oh, okay.
That was a correction.
All right, I missed that part, or I don't remember either way.
You had your mind on Florida.
I had my mind on Florida, yep.
I would like to ask on page 8, second paragraph, it says, starts with Selectman Jessman. What page? 8. Would like to see the building taken down. It will continue to collapse and will be, let's take out the word toxic and just put mess.
Pretty sure I said
That's
about
what he
toxic.
said.
Oh, I know it's what you said, but I don't really want to frighten the people. We don't know what's there.
Yeah, we
There's
do.
asbestos there, there's
Oh, I know
all
it's
sorts of
down in
things
the
there.
ground, but to say that it's going to be a toxic mess?
That's my fear. And
I
that
mean,
is my
he's
fear.
already said it on the audio. It's out
And that
there.
is my fear. I said it again just now.
Yeah, you did.
Well, I know, but you don't really know for sure if the building fell down.
Yeah, but that's neither here nor there. The fact is, he said it in the meeting, so.
And that's true. And I was completely wrong to vote against that motion. as it turns out, because if that had passed and I had gotten my way, it would have kicked in all sorts of Department of Environmental regulations that would have cost us tens of thousands of dollars. So I shoot my mouth off a lot, apparently.
Well, maybe we should just watch what we say sometimes.
No, I still think it's going to end up being a toxic mess.
Well, when we took the mill down over here, what people referred to as the old tannery, even though it was never a tannery.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
It never was? I always called it the tannery.
They
Okay, let's move on.
Imported the
Yes.
leather.
Okay.
They didn't tan the hides.
Yes, they did.
When we took down the tannery,
I've got that in my desk drawer over there in the history. But at any rate, when they took it down, when it, as a, the demo, they left us a toxic mess.
and that's what I was thinking when
All
I
of
said
the
it. I'm still
asbestos,
thinking that.
all of the lead was in the footprint of the building, and that's why we have an activity use restriction over there today.
Have you looked inside the windows of that building?
Yep.
I don't even know if I would go in that building if it wasn't collapsing, because it's a slimy, moldy, nasty place. It's horrible. It really is horrible.
I bet it has treasures.
Catherine, on page 9, auto serve is SERV without the E on the end of it.
It's
And
all
then-
one word.
It's all one word, but where you have, it says Tilton Auto Service asking the board, Donna Hosmer, comma, Tilton Auto Serve, is asking the board if she can be of any assistance in helping the organization obtain a permit for this evening.
Event with a T.
Okay.
The paragraph just before that,
Oh, okay.
the questential, I think it says questcentennial. Also, in the very first under the correspondent, Troy Merwin from Lakes Region. Lakes Region what? Lakes Region Linen?
Lakes Region General Hospital?
No, Lakes Region,
Something to do with landscaping, but I'm not sure for a
I had
fact.
that note. I don't know if I still have it. I called them. I never got a response
Lakes
back,
Region?
but I did call them.
Oh, and I don't know, it just
I
says
have the note. I think it's at home. I called them, but he never called me back.
regarding planting flowers in flower boxes,
Yeah.
so I'm guessing it's landscaping.
No, it was like, I want to say Lakes Region Planning, or it wasn't an organization. Yeah, I know where it is. It's sitting on my desk.
The Planning Commission?
No, it's not the planting.
Planting Commission,
But like I said, they never called me back. So.
okay. The next page, page 10, first paragraph. I guess it's in the second, third sentence. Tim is asking the board if they're interested in pursuing renting a portion of the BU8,
You Elding.
B8 Elding or something. And then we go down to the last sentence in that paragraph, and Winnisquam doesn't have an E in it.
My spell check does that.
Yeah, it does. Winnie.
Winnie Squam, it's like Winnie the Pooh, right?
Yeah.
What you need to do is,
Can't you
next
put it
time
in the
picks up
dictionary?
on Winnisquam, click add to your dictionary. It'll say there's a place to click add, and it will put the word Winnisquam in your dictionary and never
Next.
correct it again.
Really?
Next paragraph. There are 3 proposals for repair.
Right?
Blank Spot at $19.95, Auto Service at $23.95, and Irwin's at $2,900. So what was Blank Spot?
Have to get that from the police department,
Ah, okay.
and no one seems to know.
Wasn't it in Concord?
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
I thought it was.
Grapponi?
I thought it
Grapponi.
was Grapponi.
I think it was Grapponi.
Last paragraph, same page.
Oh, yeah, there it is, Grapponi. The second proposal to repair the 6th Grapponi.
Yeah, it would have had to be Grapponi, right?
The auto serve spelt again here, too.
Last paragraph, same page. 15% of the $20,000 that was raised for the Grange, okay. Chair Constantino explains that she needs Selectman Dossman made a motion to author. I don't understand what the thought was there. She needs her to make a motion, or? I
Chair
don't know.
Constantino explained that she needs a motion to authorize.
But that's got nothing to do with you, though, right?
The chair to sign the obligation and the grant to receive the monies for the Tilton, so,
Just take out Selectman Dawson, me.
right.
That she needs a motion to authorize.
Right.
And I think
Seconded by George Woodrow. No.
I made the motion.
Just take out Chair Constantino explain that she needs.
Right.
Okay, so Selectman Dawson made a motion to
Right.
authorize. Yeah, there you go.
It's always fun when the windows are open.
I hate it when they go that way, and I'm sitting here. I hope they're not going to my house.
I saw the ambulance come back down from Sanborn Road, and it's like, oh, God.
Last page 13, second sentence. At this time, Selectman Plessner made a motion to seal the minute of the non-public session. And I'm guessing there was more than one. But I can't really say because it's sealed.
All right, we'll just seal all those minutes, not just one.
Which minute were you gonna seal anyway?
To seal the minute of the non-public.
Just a minute of it.
On page 11, Chair Constantino said that everyone that is selling food for the weekend of Old Home Day is selling food to support the Old Home Day Committee. If Chair Constantino said that, that's an incorrect statement. Just want you to point that out. I think what Chair Constantino really wanted to say was that everyone that is selling food for the weekend of Old Home Day is selling food are non-profit organizations. Because the fire department was the other food source that was selling at Old Home Day. And then there was the Trailblazers next to us.
I was going to say, the French fry guys were working for the
Right,
snowmobile club.
and they're non-profit organizations, such as if the Parks Commission wanted to do the hamburgers and hot dogs next year, they would be a non-profit organization. Right.
So in the next sentence, all the food monies are going to the non-profits, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that other statement is incorrect. I'd really like to stand corrected on that one. So maybe in the minutes for tonight, you can say I stand corrected on last week's. Because that really does need to be corrected.
The money that was raised at the
Oh, speaking of which, next, the 20th, Old Home Day Committee is meeting for one last, for 6:30
That was
at the
supposed to be
Pines.
yesterday, but
Right, but
Peg
Peg
is
was
sick.
sick, right.
I'm sorry to hear that. But I'll be there.
I didn't call you because it got canceled.
All the money that was made at the hot dog and hamburger booth went to the Old Home Day Committee for next year's Old Home Day,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
So they'll start up again, what, in the fall?
It'll start back up sort of kind of January-ish,
Oh.
fall, January.
Oh, I thought they meant all year.
Any more corrections or concerns or comments about the meeting minutes of June 16th,
I
2011?
move we approve the minutes of June 16th as corrected.
Second?
Motion's been made and seconded to approve as corrected for June 16th, 2011. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay. That top paragraph there, did you ever find out any more about the process, or is that still in the,
I mean, as far as the money's already collected?
or whatever was going to happen from that? Not
You know
yet.
what, I think we need to
I
have
haven't been able to
one
get a
other-
hold of Sean, so.
There's one other issue that probably, I don't know if, we don't need to say that in public. I got an email from Joyce, and I replied back to the email that we would discuss it tonight. And that was an email that was from a criminal case, right? Felony case that we got, that was civil case that we got.
Both of them?
It was forwarded to all the Board of Selectmen.
The River Road,
Okay,
that's still working?
okay.
We can discuss
We're on
that
board.
later, because that's a person.
No, it's public, but.
What?
Joe asked what was going on with River Road, and I've never been able to get in touch with Sean and ask him the questions I wanted to ask, but as I thought about it, I mean, it's easy. It's not a tax warrant as this, it's just simply a debt owed to the town of Tilton, because we haven't created a warrant, so the monies are already paid will just be subtracted from due, and the sheriffs will deliver that, and that process will go forward.
Okay. Just as long as we're covered.
We're covered. I had sent him the entire packet, and he had me make some changes, just being very cautious, which I'm glad he did, and I just added a bunch of verbiage.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
welcome. And it's all in a template, so if it ever happens again, you won't have to incur the legal expense.
So do we still have a non-public part to do?
We still have some legal portions to do, but I wanted to bring out that legal issue about the email in public.
What do you mean?
We got an email from Joyce about an upcoming case that
Oh,
should not have been emailed to the board because of privacy. It's confidential. But Joyce understood that now. So we're all set. Okay, I will make a motion to enter into non-public session as per RSA 91A:3, E, pending claims and litigation. Do I hear a second?
second.
Roll call vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry, Jay.
I mean, this is like major.
I should watch it.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I move that the minutes of the non-public session be sealed until the matters are resolved as they pertain to legal,
Second?
or something like that.
All those in favor of the motion?
Aye. I make a motion, we adjourn.
Any discussion?
Hell no.
I'm all in favor. Oh, no, that's, okay. No,
All
never
those in
mind.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, I know what it is.
Lord.